chair of this session, Ambassador Kafala Nsani. Ambassador Kafala Nsani is a well-known name in Africa. He was Governor, Central Bank of Guinea. He also rose to become the Minister for Finance in Guinea, and then later became Ambassador to the US. So, hand over to Ambassador Kafala Nsani to lead the proceedings of this first session. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, bonjour. I would like to express my strong appreciation to the organizers for inviting me to this very, very important gathering on a very critical issue, human capital development in Africa. In the past, there were extensive literature on Asia, on poverty, on miseries. Made my famous book, Asian Drama, written by Nobel Prize winner, Ronald Needle. At that time, he was describing Asia as hopeless area. But today, the landscape has completely changed. Asian countries are among the most vibrant and dynamic economies in the world. Malaysia, South Korea, India, not to mention China, which is about to take over from the US as the largest economy in the world. The main driving force behind this fantastic economic performance is that inadequate leadership, but also strong human capital. If Africa is to claim the 21st century as envisaged by Aerc 20 years ago, then we need decisively to invest in our people. To invest in our people, to equip them, to prepare them for the threats and challenges ahead: climate change, terrorism, fast-growing population. We need also to invest in our people, to prepare them for the jobs of the future. To introduce this very important topic, I have today three distinguished speakers. Without further ado, may I introduce the first one, who happened to be acting executive director of Aerc, Mr. Théophile Azumao. Mr. Azumao has a proven track record of publication in peer-reviewed journals, and he is a guest editor for several academic journals. Prior to joining Aerc in January 2021, he was Senior Research Fellow at United Nations University, UNO. He was Professor of Development Economics at Maastricht University School of Business and Economics, 2010-2020. Mr. Azumao also received an executive education on a cutting edge of development thinking from Harvard University. Of course, after having his PhD and a master's degree in economics, both in the University of Strasbourg, France. He is a senior fellow of the Pan-African Scientific Research Council, and he has been serving as Aerc resource person since 2019. I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Azamau.
Thank you, Ambassador. Honorable ministers, governors of central banks, permanent secretaries, members of the diplomatic corps, Her Royal Highness, Zulu Queen based in Eswatini, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm really happy to welcome you at AEC. Good morning, everyone, those who are connected online, and you all here attending physically our senior policy seminar. First, I would like to thank you for adjusting your schedule to allow us to start a bit earlier this seminar. Thank you for that. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this AERC Senior Policy Seminar on Human Capital Development in Africa. Even though AERC has convened many other events in Nairobi, this is the first senior policy seminar to be hosted physically beyond the devastating COVID-19 pandemic. It has always been our custom to involve high-ranking African policymakers in seminars such as this. The urgency and importance of this theme are well reflected by that target audience, and on one hand, and by the profile of Nairobi, which hosts some of the United Nations agencies on the other hand. It therefore gives me a great honor and privilege to address this gathering, to address the challenges of human capital development in Africa, which is at the centerpiece of our hope and aspiration for building a productive, prosperous, and dynamic society. Permit me to start by expressing our gratitude to the Kenyan government for being AERC host country. We are particularly honored to have with us today respected government officials, including ministers and permanent secretaries from Kenya, as well as from other African countries who have taken time of their very busy schedules to participate in this conference. Our appreciation will be incomplete without due recognition of the generous support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as well as the researchers of the papers that will be presented and discussed during this seminar. They have researched diligently to generate evidence on the challenges of building human capital and accelerated, inclusive, development, as well as address key constraints on human capital accumulation. They have also provided policy reforms that will enable Africa's young people to grow up with optimal health and equipped with the right skills to compete in the digitizing global economy. So I'm thankful to you all for your enthusiasm and availability to participate in this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, we shall be deliberating on issues around human capital development to improve the capability of the continent to confront human capital development challenges and leverage the opportunities they present. Human capital, known as education, skills, population dynamics, including migration, health of people, human capital is crucial for development in African countries and will play a pivotal role in the transformation of economies. That sub-Saharan Africa scores the lowest of all the world region of the World Bank Human Capital Index, about 0.4. This index for Africa is not something to be proud of. It's quite low for Africa. We all know that investment in human being for improved social and economic outcomes in future is vital in shaping future incomes and productivity. Access to resources of human capital in Africa, though still low, has increased significantly over the past 2 decades. More households have access to healthcare, more students are enrolled, and families have access to more tools for improving the quality of life. However, the goal of human capital, quality of life, still lags significantly behind. There is a plethora of research on human capital and its contribution towards the economic well-being and technological advancements. Human capital accumulation through educational advancement plays a crucial role in growth and development. Investment in education has positive effects on economic growth, but these positive effects varies depending on the level of development of countries being developed or developing. The impact is different. Investment in higher education combined with advancement in technology facilitates nations to grow faster. And according to some of the studies, as you will witness in the presentation during this seminar, the impact of different level of education has different impact on growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the role of governments is key in developing human capital, which requires a massive and coordinated effort. In order to prioritize development of human capital for inclusive growth and share prosperity in Africa, there is a need to support, to facilitate regional as well as country-owned policy reforms, action plans, and country learning in 4 key areas such as expanding effective government investment in social activities, introducing reforms and innovation to improve service delivery, committing to equity and inclusiveness, and addressing fertility and gender issues to harness a demographic dividend. It is my hope that this policy seminar will bring critical policy issues in human capital development, as well as initiate innovative action plans in the areas of human capital development. You may well ask, what is the relationship between these compelling issues and Aerc? I don't think we have indeed come late into this fray, because our traditional mandates at Aerc has been much broader: to build overall capacity for economic policy in Africa. But it is important to keep in mind that the low gains of human capital development in Africa and elsewhere are aggravated by inappropriate policy choices, often those taking a short-sighted view of what is best. Under that broad mandate, Aerc is making 35 years of leadership in policy-oriented economic research in the continent. As you see, this senior policy seminar might also be thought as addressing a very crucial African problem, particularly as we seek the insights of policymakers into these pressing issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Aerc Senior Policy Seminars are annual events that have addressed an area of topic relevant to Africa's policy agenda. Let me list some of them. Last year's seminar, for example, considered climate change and economic development in Africa. Other seminars have looked at policies and issues of the global COVID-19 health pandemic, agriculture and food policy for better nutrition, fragility of growth in African economies, and so on. So these seminars are intended to inform policymakers about the latest development and policy research, to provide a forum for sharing experiences and promote a closer relationship between researchers and policymakers. Finally, allow me to thank a few of people who have made this project and event a great success. Professor Lant Pritchett, under whose intellectual guidance and selfless efforts produced nearly 20 high-quality frontier research papers, case studies, through a unique mentoring program. Dan Peters, Senior Program Officer at BMGF, who expertly and passionately steers this project from inspection to its current phase. All distinguished panelists who confirm their participation despite their pressing work schedules and short notice to share their rich experience. Leaders of African think tanks who actively and collaboratively work with Aerc to make this project a great success. As we look forward to what promises to be an informative and successful conference, I encourage you all to participate to the fullest, particularly in the discussions that will emanate from the presentations as we proceed. The outcome of this seminar, I believe, will consist of policy implications and recommendations of policy actions that will guide the continent to a bright and fruitful future. I thank you all. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mr. Azumao. A lot of things have been said already about Dan Peters, but I would like to add a few things. Not only he is an advisor in the foundation of Bill and Melinda Gates, but he also worked in the US government, including position at the State and the Treasury Department. He served as the senior advisor to the US Executive Director at the World Bank and the Director of the Africa Office at the US Treasury Department. Earlier in his career, Dan worked at the State Department as a Foreign Office Service Officer with assignment in Syria, Honduras, and the Economic and Business Affairs Bureau. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Peter.
Thank you very much. Honorable ministers, central bank governors, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I'm pleased to be here at the Senior Policy Seminar on Human Capital. As I was preparing these remarks, I was reflecting that 4 years ago, AERC and its partners first launched this project in very different circumstances. Yet despite all of these challenging circumstances, the underlying rationale for this project is still valid, and indeed is perhaps even more valid given the circumstances I just outlined. Africa has enormous potential and opportunities in this century due to its growing population. But in order to take full advantage of these opportunities, countries need to invest and invest wisely in the productive potential of its youth. Better health, better education, better skills, or human capital. The Foundation is committed to the importance of investing in human capital and of ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to live a healthy and productive life. Because of that, we've been very pleased to support AERC and its partners in the work of this project. So over the next 2 days, I'm looking forward to hearing the results of the project's research, and then also hearing the reflections of policymakers who are joining, and hearing how they think they might take forward some of the recommendations and outcomes of this research in order to improve Africa's human capital base. Before I end, I also wanted to add some words of thanks to many people here in the room and a couple of others. First of all, I'd like to thank former AERC Executive Director and now Treasury Secretary Juguna Ndungu. Professor Ndungu was a driving force in the Africa Human Capital Development Project, and look forward to him taking forward that work in his current position. I also want to thank former Director of Research, Dr. Ebebe Shimeles. I want to thank current acting AERC Executive Director Theo Azumoho, as well as the many AER staff who have contributed to the work of this project. I'd also like to reinforce and thank Lant Pritchard for his strong intellectual leadership on this project, as well as thanking the many researchers and think tanks who have contributed in the last 4 years. Thank you very much, and I look forward to successful discussions over the next 2 days.
Thank you, Dan. Last but not least, I would like now to give the floor to Honorable Eliud Owalo. He is the Cabinet Secretary for Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy in Kenya. Honorable Owalo is a fellow of the Institute of Human Resource Management. He is a member of the Professional Trainer Association of Kenya and a former director, council member of the Kenya School of Government. Holds a Bachelor in Economics and Business Studies from Kenyatta University and an MBA Human Resource Management from the University of Nairobi. Floor is yours.
Honorable ministers present here today, central bank governors, members of parliament, ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps, special advisors to heads of state, the executive director of the Africa Economic Research Consortium, heads of academic and research institutions, members of the research community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm indeed pleased to be here this morning for the formal opening of this important event. We are assembled here for the 25th Senior Policy Seminar of the Africa Economic Research Consortium. Such momentous events provide timely opportunities for African policymakers and scholars to reflect together on the challenges to Africa's development and the available opportunities, including those that emerge from the challenges. I therefore wish to thank the Africa Economic Research Consortium for choosing Nairobi as the venue for this meeting. It is my great pleasure to welcome all visitors to our beautiful country. Let me, at the very outset, wish you a very pleasant and productive experience. The theme of this seminar, Human Capital Development in Africa, is most relevant to Kenya and indeed to the rest of Africa. This is especially so in this age of migration to the digital space, where ICT is emerging as the grand driver of everything. As we reflect on human capital development, ladies and gentlemen, we will do well to place it in the context of the emerging new brave world of digital technology. Has for a long time scored the lowest in human capital index in the global family. The fourth industrial revolution gives us an astute opportunity to correct this equation, to reclaim our rightful space in a gone age when we ruled the world. Scholars like Robin Walker and Cheikh Anta Diop have reminded us that Africa once ruled the world. We are the cradle of philosophy, mathematics, science, and technology, and yet today we lag behind the rest of the world. With the fastest growing and most youthful population in the world today, the continent faces demographic and labor challenges. We have not planned our development to be in tune with our population growth and with emerging technologies and tomorrow's ways of doing things. Our deliberations at this seminar, ladies and gentlemen, must therefore recognize that we have entered the age of blockchains, robotics, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, among many emerging trends in the digital space. How will Africa navigates its way in this space? That is the question that we need to ask ourselves. Our unemployed youthful population, while looking like a challenge, must be turned around to be a blessing in the emerging world of order of science and technology. The resilience, creativity, audacity, and energy of the youth must be turned around to be a blessing to the continent of Africa in the emerging digital world. That certainly is one of the foremost objectives of the Kenya Kwanza government, now in charge of governance in this country. We are focused on tapping the blessings of a youthful population to steer us into a science and technology-driven future as a continental and even global digital hub. The human capital is critical for inclusive growth, and shared prosperity in Africa cannot be gainsaid. Human capital drives economic growth, ladies and gentlemen. It develops economies by expanding the knowledge and skills of its people. The level of economic growth driven by consumer spending and business investment determines the amount of skilled labor that is needed. Thus, investing in workers has had a track record of creating better employment conditions in economies throughout the world. Yet this investment must also be relevant to changed and changing times. If we do not bring this to the bear around the new brave digital world, we will invest in vain. Going forward, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we must think about and plan for fitting Africa snugly into the global digital economy. We must think of human capacity that will grow digital superhighways, build unnatural environments that are friendly to expansion of such highways, and how to develop affordable hardware and software for the new digital world. We must think of and plan for digital skills for innovative and creative online economies. Built environments must be friendly to development and use of national addressing systems. Citizens must be able and be made conscious of and friendly to personal digital identities that will make them relevant in both domestic and global digital commerce. Investments to strengthen social safety nets and food security, as well as increased spending on education, including creating centers of excellence, remain critical. So too is investment in health, transport on land, water, and in the air. Yet, even in these traditional areas of concern, ladies and gentlemen, we must still think of digital capacity. Cyber security is now just as important as food security. Financial security and social security are other imperatives. Entire value chains must now think of human capacity in a new world order. I'm aware that the mission of the African Economic Research Consortium, ladies and gentlemen, is to strengthen local capacity for guiding public policy making. This, in my view, requires qualified and proactive economists who must remain independent and objective. As a way of meeting its objective or realizing its mandate, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, African Economic Research Consortium offers opportunities for African economists and researchers to carry out research and to network with their counterparts in other parts of the world. My challenge to AERC, therefore, is that you must now move out of your traditional comfort zone. It is a new world, and through research, the African Economic Research Consortium must contribute to leading Africa into the new order as an equal partner. If Africa missed out on the first three industrial revolutions, the time to make up and catch up is now. This seminar, therefore, must go down in history as a turning point for Africa's economic development. It will not do so, I'm afraid, if it remains in the traditional comfort zone. I'm reliably informed, ladies and gentlemen, that this seminar has attracted the participation of senior policymakers representing over 40 African countries. Amongst these high-ranking government officials include ministers, governors of central banks, permanent or principal secretaries, ambassadors, a queen, and special advisors to the head of state. You have what it takes to lead the change that Africa needs and so desires. Evidently, the seminar must be a haven of fruitful discussions as you all exchange knowledge, experiences, and ideas in your deliberations over the next 2 days. The outcome of this seminar, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, will consist of policy implications and recommendations of policy actions that will guide the continent to a bright and fruitful future, while taking into account the concerns that I have espoused herein. Allow me, therefore, once again, ladies and gentlemen, to thank the African Economic Research Consortium as the convener of this very important on human capital development within the continent. As you participate in shaping the future of our economies, our continent, and of course our people, I do wish you all very fruitful deliberations and look forward with great anticipation to receiving the conclusions of your discussions and, by extension, the attendant recommendations and action points. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to declare this 25th Senior Policy Seminar on human capital development officially opened. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CS Owalo. We want to do a quick group photo. I would request perhaps the first two rows to just come and stand behind the honorable guests who are seated on the high table. Then we can do a very quick group photo. You're welcome. First two rows should be able to fit. have your tea break, just around the entrance, there are 2 stations. Just as you enter the hall, and right near where the publications and registration was being done as you are walking in. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea and coffee.
Let me welcome all our participants to this conference from tea break. We are entering a new session, session number 1, and have 2 important guests with us. This session is going to present us a life cycle economic wide framework for human capital in Africa. As we are entering this session, let me introduce our presenter, Professor Land Pritchard, and also introduce our discussant, Adam Mugume. and head of Department of Economic Theory and Analysis. He also worked with World Bank between 2004 to 2007 as a consultant economist on labor market and the structural change in Uganda. Labor and growth in the Uganda information sector. Fiscal deficits and debt sustainability. Aid management in Uganda, and other macro issues. These are the two important guests. We are going to have them on this table to get us on this session. My name is Bangashi Joseph Bakusoro, Minister for Public Service and Human Resource Development, South Sudan. With this, let me welcome our presenter, Professor, and take us through.
So I have come to this by being the director of a large research program on education for the last 8 years. I have specialized globally on education. That was a large RISE, which is Research on Improving Systems of Education, which was a global study that included 3 African countries as our country focuses. And as you've heard over the last several years, I've been the research director of this Human Capital Development in Africa project. As I emphasize in the paper, the paper has a particular viewpoint, and my goal is not that you simply adopt my viewpoint. I'm going to say things that are contrary to the conventional wisdom most of the time. I just want you to think through what I'm saying and form your own views. Now, I'm also now going to start at the end of my presentation. So I'm going to skip through a whole bunch of slides that we'll get back to later and you'll love when you see them. But I want to start with, what is it doing that? because often when we talk about human capital, we're talking exclusively about improving the intrinsic productivity of individuals. But a huge part of actual human capital, which is the ability of individuals to be productive, is the economy they're in. So I want to make the point that all economic policy that raises productivity is human capital policy. We often assume that human capital policy is just what we do about schools. But it's not what we do about schools. It's what we do about the entire life cycle of an individual, including their work life. And they emerge from school, they go into a work life. How productive they are in their work life has something to do with the skills they accumulate, but has a lot to do with the ability of those individuals to embed themselves in complex productive activities where they have high productivity. So the key to higher human capital in Africa is higher economic productivity in Africa. And so you saw that I have a whole bunch that's going to come before that in the paper, and it is more typical. Now I'm going to work up through, so go up 2 slides. One more up. One more up. Okay. So the first thing I want to start by saying is that with respect to productivity, oftentimes people act as if human capital has been ignored or human capital has had too little investment. But in fact, if we measure the expansion of schooling, the schooling has expanded much faster than we would have expected given the economic progress. So schooling is what the world has succeeded at. They have succeeded in putting kids through more and more years of schooling. So what this graph is showing you, and it's hard to see at the resolution it is, but what this graph is showing you is that even for countries that had no economic progress at all, their average years of schooling went up by about double. Which means countries now have way more schooling than the rich countries had in 1960. So the typical developing country has more years of schooling than a typical adult in France had in 1960. Again, we have successfully accumulated schooling, and if you think about it the opposite way, in 1960, the typical country that had 6 years of schooling of its population had a GDP per capita of $10,000. In 2010, the typical country that had, for their population, 6 years of schooling had a GDP of $1,000. So, in some sense, the extent to which education is happening at a much more rapid pace in much poorer countries than it ever happened in history. So in some sense, human capital is the accumulation of schooling is leading, not lagging economic progress. Countries are far ahead in schooling of their population currently than they would have been, say, 50 or 60 years ago. And then the last thing about economy-wide is that while there's been general progress in schooling, the actual correlation between schooling and economic growth is way, way weaker than you think it is. And people all the time say, schooling is really important in economic growth. Well, kind of, and we'll get back to the kind of and what I mean by kind of later. But first of all, if you look at the graph in the southeast, it shows the general pattern that countries with higher GDP have higher levels of schooling, but it also shows trajectories. The trajectory of Ghana is that Ghana actually had way more progress in accumulating years of schooling than Thailand did. but almost no progress in GDP per capita. So Ghana is the arrow going straight up. They had more and more schooling, but not higher and higher output. Thailand, a typically successful case, had much less progress in years of schooling. Its arrow went up, but it went up by less, much less than Ghana's, but its GDP went up 8-fold. So, next slide. So basically, you can't attribute the differentially slow economic performance of Africa to a slow accumulation of years of schooling. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up in two senses. One, the percentage rate of growth of schooling was actually faster in Africa than nearly any other region of the world. So if you measure it not in terms of absolute years, but you measure it like you would measure a physical capital stock in terms of percentage growth, in Africa, the percent rate of growth of years of schooling was 600% over this period. Schooling went up by a factor of 6. So in percentage terms, it went up just as fast, but its growth per capita of GDP is very slow, far and away the slowest. The second point, and this is going to be important for how we think about this later, next slide, is that we've run the experiment in the 1960s and 50s, and I think someone this morning mentioned the book, The Asian Drama. I used the Asian drama to motivate that everyone believed that the newly independent nations need to radically expand their schools. Everyone believed that. There was no period in which development or development economists were underappreciating human capital. And in fact, everybody did it. But since everybody did it, you can't explain much of the variation in economic performance by the variation in the growth of schooling, because the growth of schooling was much more uniform than the growth of economic performance. So what this graph is trying to show is the red dots are the differences across country in the pace of expansion of what I call schooling capital. The pace of expansion of schooling capital was very similar across countries. Since the pace of expansion of schooling capital was very similar across countries, it can't explain differences. Because you need differences to explain differences. If I want to explain why two things are different, I want to point to a feature of those two things that's different. But if you look, and you can see in this graph, Zambia had very, very low economic performance. Korea had really, really rapid economic performance, but they had almost identical paces of growth of schooling capital. So, the first point I want to make is economic policy is human capital policy, and what has been lagging about human capital policy in Africa is growth policy. What's been lacking, the main limitation on human capital in Africa, is having a productive, inclusive economy in which individuals can productively use their skills. So let's not lose sight of that. So I'm now going to go and discuss schooling, but I wanted to kind of reverse the presentation to start by saying it's not obviously the case in the data that Africa is currently being constrained in its economic progress by the lack, and I'm going to show there's dramatic lacks of skills in Africa, but it's not at all obvious that that's the key constraint to African progress. It could well be that the constraint to African progress is the inability to use even the skills that Africans have productively in African economies. And that's why I started with, rather than comparing the level of differences in human capital, I started with comparing exactly identical human capital and seeing the massive differences in productivity that come from being in different places. Okay. Now, could we go to the top of the presentation? Okay, so next slide. And next slide. So now I want to talk part one of the paper and part one of the presentation. I just did part three. Is I want to talk about schools. So in the life cycle of human capitalization, I have a sort of life cycle framework as part two, but the life cycle framework is sort of preschool investments in human capital, which Professor Berman is going to cover in the next presentation. And then there's post-school utilization of human capital, which is a different part of the life cycle after formal schooling's been completed. And I want to focus now on the middle part, which is the time children spend in school. And the big picture is that sub-Saharan Africa has not been a laggard in the pace of its expansion of schooling. So again, I think it's very typical to start by the conventional wisdom that Africa's lagging progress is in part due to lagging in capital, but it's not lagging in schooling. But what links schooling and education is what I call a learning profile. How much many valued skills are accumulated per year of schooling? In that regard, SSA has been a laggard. There has been less learned per year in African schools than in other schools. And in fact, there's very recent evidence that suggests this problem is getting worse, not better. So let me walk through that. Next slide. So the first picture is a regional box plot. Because when I start, and I'm not an African specialist, so when I start, writing a paper about Africa, I want to ask, is there really anything different about Africa per se? Or is Africa typical of other countries at its GDP per capita? So is there really a regional effect? And then second, Africa is an enormously heterogeneous region. Are there differences across regions of Africa? So this graph shows the box plot of the distribution of the percent rate of growth of schooling of young adults between 1950 and 2010. And the box is centered between the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile. And the main point I want you to take away from this graph is that a relatively slow African country in accumulating years of schooling was Uganda. But Uganda was the 25th percentile in terms of the pace of expanding schooling. But Uganda was faster than Thailand, faster than Korea, faster than Hong Kong, faster than nearly all of the super high-performing growth countries. So I just want to shake you up a little bit that it wasn't obvious that the reason Uganda may have had slow growth was it had less accumulation of schooling than these other places that had rapid accumulation of schooling. In fact, the opposite. Most African countries had much faster percent progress in accumulating schooling than nearly all the high-performing growth countries. Okay. Next slide. Now, that said, the very rapid percentage rate of growth was because Africa began very far behind. So it is the case that in absolute terms, Africa has grown modestly slower than other regions, and in absolute levels is at lower levels of schooling. But again, these differences are relatively modest compared to the differences in economic performance. So Africa-wide, I have both Africa and regions of Africa, but region-wide, Africa had a rapid expansion of schooling from very low levels to still very low levels, but the differences in average years of schooling between Africa and other regions are on the order of a year or 2 years. That difference in years of schooling has a hard time explaining the quite radical differences in economic performance. So, next slide. Now, the main issue for sub-Saharan Africa and for many other countries and regions, Africa is not alone in this, and most of what I say is true also of South Asian countries like India and Pakistan, but we're focused on Africa. The main issue for sub-Saharan Africa is the learning profile. No one ever set out to have universal schooling alone. The goal was to have universal education. And everyone assumed that universal schooling, moving in the schooling direction, would, by what children acquired in school, move in the education direction. But that's an empirical relationship that may or may not exist, and may or may not exist at different paces. So you can imagine that children go through their years of schooling and acquire very little skills, or they acquire medium skills, or they very high levels of skills. And it's the dynamic of the learning profile that determines the capabilities that students emerge with. So if you have a steep learning profile, then if students go through 12 years of schooling, they emerge with substantial skills. But if you have a very flat profile, children can go through 12 years of schooling and not really emerge from schooling adequately prepared to be adults, to be parents, to be citizens, or to be productive workers. It turns out that's the key. While everybody has collated data and been very focused on expanding schooling, the differences in learning across countries in the world in their learning profiles are just amazing. So this very complicated spaghetti graph is showing for 18 different countries the fraction of students that have acquired fundamental numeracy by the level of schooling that they are in. And what you see is that by grade 5, 75% of kids in Thailand have acquired fundamental numeracy skills. Not surprisingly, in the DRC, that's roughly 0. So the learning profile, the likelihood that a child in DRC acquires fundamental numeracy is almost 0, even though they are going to the 5 years of schooling. It's Africa aren't reaching basic skills. Now, 66% of students aren't reaching secondary education. So there is a big agenda of completing secondary education. But even if you complete secondary, even if these children were in secondary education, 90% of them would not be getting fundamental basic math and science skills, compared to East Asia, where only 25% of the enrolled students are not getting basic. Why? The learning profiles are different. Kids who have persisted to age 15 in sub-Saharan Africa have just been on a different learning profile trajectory that kids have been in East Asia, and hence the same number of years of schooling is conveying radically different skill sets. So even if you were to get to universal secondary completion, you would be very, very far from having universal education or universal basic skills. Next slide. Now, it turns out there's obviously a link, there's likely a link between GDP per capita and level of performance in school, and it's a bidirectional causality, so I'm not asserting causality, but if you look at just the kind of simple scatter plot between GDP per capita and the kind of estimated average score of enrolled students, you see that the sub-Saharan Africa's countries are the ones that have letter acronyms, and the ones in red are the ones below the line. Those are countries that, even for their level of income, have low learning. This isn't low enrollment, this is low learning of the enrolled students. And then if you break out Africa by the 4 sort of geographic subregions, you see that East Africa actually does about average. So East Africa has about the same level of learning at other countries at its per capita, but the rest of the African subregions are about 50 points behind even where their GDP would expect them to be. So Africa's learning issue isn't just a low resource or a low GDP issue. It's low even for its GDP by a substantial amount. And moreover, can I get the clicker back? Can I get the clicker back? I'm not going to use the clicker, but I want to use the laser pointer. And the other thing about this graph is that I've highlighted Vietnam. Vietnam is now, Vietnam even 10 or 20 years ago was roughly the same level of GDP per capita as most African countries, and yet scores equivalently in these assessments to the richest countries in the world. So these are countries with 60,000 per capita GDP, the richer countries in the world, and Vietnam performs as well of its enrolled students on learning assessments as countries. And I emphasize that because it's not impossible to have high learning. It isn't that because you are poor, your children are destined to learn less in school. That is kind of a relationship that exists, but there's huge variation around that relationship. And there are countries that are just spectacular outliers that prove that it is possible to have an effective education system at low levels of income. Next slide. Now, the last thing, and this is the worst thing I'm going to say, so after this slide it gets better. I realize this is a bit of doom and gloom so far. And this is real doom and gloom, and then it gets better. Okay. The last thing is that some researchers, again, quite recently, have taken the demographic and health survey data, and in that data, they ask women if they can read a simple sentence, like farming is hard work, in whatever language they choose. So they have cards with those words in whatever languages the women might prefer to use. And so you can ask, and they've also asked women about schooling. So what you can do with this is not only can you estimate kind of current likelihood an adult woman can read, but you can use the fact that you're surveying a cross-section of women of different ages to estimate the historical trajectory. So we can ask a woman who was born in 1960, who went to 5 years of schooling, could she read a single sentence as an adult? And then we can compare that to a woman born in 1960, 1970, 1980, 1990, and we can trace out the trend of the likelihood a woman with 5 years of school complete could read. So this is a measure of whether or not the learning profile. Are you acquiring literacy by basic primary schooling? The answer is that there's been a massive expansion in the fraction of women that are completing grade 5 or more. So over this historical period, about 20 percentage points more women are completing grade 5. And the expansion in Africa and non-Africa is exactly the same. Africa is not lagging in putting women through 5 years or more of schooling. But in terms of the likelihood that you can read having attended school, Africa has plummeted. So a woman who learned to read, a woman who went to school in the early 2000s has a 13 percentage point chance less of being able to read than a woman who went to school in the 1960s. And in some, and I'm glad you're impressed. This is a fact. No one knows this, right? This is brand new. This is why we do research, to discover new facts about the world. So you might have assumed that the current low levels of learning performance in Africa were a persistent problem and that Africa has been stagnating. But it's worse than that. Africa has been deteriorating on average in the likelihood that a child is acquiring reading in primary school. And I've highlighted in red, a reddish color, the African countries where that's been even worse than average. And so in a number of African countries, it's been a 20 or 30 percentage point decline. So in Zambia, a woman who went to school in the 60s had about a 66% chance of being able to read. A woman who is an adult today who went to school in the early 2000s has about a 20% chance of having learned to read. Just a massive collapse in the extent to which those who are making it through 5 years of schooling are acquiring literacy. So, next slide. And I promised the last slide was the last doom and gloom, but I want to make one additional point, which is the low learning performance in sub-Saharan Africa is not an inequality problem. It's not a marginalization problem. It's not an exclusion problem. We took the PISA-D data in which 2 African countries, Zambia and Senegal, participated, which allowed us to compare PISA scores across a large number of countries, including countries poorer than those that usually participate in PISA. And then what we said is, what's the average learning of a child who is socially advantaged and socioeconomic status elite? So let's not worry about that the poor or the rural or girls learn less. Let's focus on the learning of boys in urban areas that speak the native language, that aren't migrants, and whose families are in the 95th percentile of the socioeconomic status distribution. These are the advantaged elite. In Zambia, the advantaged elite on average score 332 on a PISA scale where the Sustainable Development Goal minimum learning standard is 417, on which equivalent children in Zambia score 560. The equivalent children in Vietnam. So the same child in terms of socioeconomic status, in terms of being male, urban, scores 230 PISA points less in Zambia, having attended Zambian schools, than they do in Vietnam. And the average learning per year of schooling is on the order of 30 points. So in some sense, a Zambian child at age 15 is about 8 grades behind a Vietnamese child, which is almost impossible. But I just want to emphasize that it is not the case that these gradients with respect to socioeconomic status are hugely steep in Africa, and the rich and elite are getting a terrific education and the poor are getting a terrible education, and therefore the challenge is to improve the education of the poor relative to the rich. It's that the gradient is low for everyone. So the routinely enacted teaching and learning practices in sub-Saharan African schools are not effective at conveying learning. And they're not effective, and again, I'm not denying or minimizing that the learning outcomes are worse for the poor than for the rich, but even for the rich in Africa, they're behind Central America, they're way behind the OECD levels, and they're way, way behind Vietnam. So, next slide. Which, again, this just adds that up, but I showed you sort of the historical trajectory of reading, then the PISA comparison of Zambia, Vietnam. But if you think about the current Zambia-Vietnam learning gap, it emerged in the last 40 years. This isn't a permanent feature of Africa being lower at education than a permanent feature of East Asia. Over the last, if we compare sort of the cohort of the 50s to the cohort of 90s, we see that Vietnam and Zambia expanded education for women about the same, but that in Zambia, the learning went, and again, I cited slightly wrong before, but the likelihood a woman with grade 5 could read went from 60 to 20s, whereas it went up in Vietnam. And so the current learning differences are a result of changes in the quality of schooling over the last 30 to 40 years, with massive deterioration resulting in the current low levels. And I say this because you need to understand where you are if you hope to have a plan for how you're going to improve it. And if your assumption is schooling quality has been stagnant, or maybe schooling quality has been improving slowly, you're going to think about how to improve it more in different ways than if you say, not only are our levels low relative to other countries and regions, they're low because they're falling. It's a radically different understanding of what's going on. Next slide. Okay. I have three sort of implications for research and policy. I'm more of a researcher but also a policy. And I really want to wrap up by 10:30 to give the discussant time for Q&A. So I'm going to make these 3 points, but then just focus on one of them. Well, two of them. The first is that while everybody has always agreed that it's important to invest in human capital, what that has been shifted to is spend on school. If you say, are we investing in human capital, people will often respond with a fraction of the budget that's going to schooling. Well, let's just spend on school. That's not invest in human capital, because if you've spent on schools and they're not creating skills, you haven't created human capital even though you have spent on schools. So I would think the first thing, both from a research and from a policy point of view, is get rid of year of schooling as an outcome indicator. We shouldn't be focused on year of schooling. We shouldn't be focused on the only other social process we measure by time served is prison. We don't want to measure outcomes of the education sector on time served. We want to measure it by capabilities acquired, by skills acquired, by capabilities able to be used as you emerge from school. So the first thing is I think there needs to be a radical shift from a spend on school is the same as invest in human capital, which that paradigm has led us to where we are. It has been successful in getting schools. It has been successful in expanding the number of schools. It has been successful in increasing the years of attainment. But it has not been successful in creating effective schools at creating valued skills. Second is we need to shift to a system approach versus a proximate determinants approach. There's lots of research in education that's focused on this tweak or that tweak without really asking about what is the system in which the outcomes we observe emerge, and if we expect a persistently different path or trajectory of change, we should be focusing on reconstituting a different system. The outcomes we observe are the outcome of the system you have. If you really expect to see different outcomes, you need to change the system. This isn't a tweaky thing. And then finally, we should focus research on ways of steepening the learning profile in the early years to reach universal early conceptual and procedural master of foundational literacy and numeracy. So there are lots of things going on in the education sector, but fundamentally without radical steepening of the learning profile in the early grades, nothing else you do is really going to make much difference. You can't fix schooling. You can't fix secondary schooling levels in secondary schooling. You know, if you look back at those trajectories, if children reach grade 5 unable to read, you can't fix that by having a super tremendous teacher in grade 7. Problems of foundational literacy need to be fixed early. So let me, next slide. I'm going to skip some slides now because I want to, so next slide. Next slide. So let me talk about a systems level approach, and I want to start from, you know, everybody wants to believe this isn't true. Everybody wants to believe that incrementalist, marginalist, minor changes within the existing system is going to produce radically different outcomes. There's no reason to believe that's true. This, you know, problems can't be solved at the same level of thinking that created the problem. So if you continue with the education systems you have, the only thing you can reasonably expect is the pattern of outcomes you have. Because those systems are the systems that's produced what you have. So now, if you think how would systems need to change in order to put them on a path of accelerating learning progress, from the RISE research, we have come up with 5 key priorities. Next slide. I hope those are the 5 key priorities. Yes. These are the 5, and when people say policy change, one of the things that I have learned, and I think the RISE research around the world has demonstrated, is that really creating effective education systems is more than policy. It's not like central banking where you can adopt this policy or that policy and hope to see different outcomes. Education systems are actual social, political, historical systems, and if you want to radically change a system, it has to happen at a level much more fundamental and much deeper than policies towards schools. And these are 5 things we think successful education systems need to do. First, they need to commit to universal early foundational learning. You might think this is obvious, you might think this is what your country is doing, but they're not. They typically commit to output targets. They commit to spending targets. They commit to a variety of implementable policies, but they don't fundamentally commit to outcomes. And if you want to succeed, you really need to make not just a governmental, but a social commitment to succeed at learning outcomes. We had this, as part of the RISE program, we had a $5 million research project, the main goal of which was to explain why Vietnam did so well. So we had a team of political scientists and educationists and economists working on the Vietnam team. And I, as sort of overall director, kept pressing them for a good, clear answer. And what they could show is that everything you think might be associated with better learning outcomes doesn't explain why Vietnam does better. They don't spend more per pupil, They don't have smaller class sizes. They don't. If you measure the thin inputs of a quality school, Vietnam looks perfectly ordinary. And finally, one of the researchers said to me, Lant, you just have to accept that the answer is Vietnam succeeded because they wanted to. And without the wanting, you can do anything you want and not have success. And with the wanting, you can make things work. And so I was sort of thinking, I can't really go tell the British taxpayers, and I hope there's no British taxpayers in the audience, I can't really go tell the British taxpayers we just spent $5 million on a research project, and the answer is because they wanted to. But it's a very deep answer. It's not a silly answer, and it's the right answer. They succeeded because they wanted to. And so the first step to succeed is to commit to success. Second, you have to measure. You have to measure what you want to succeed at. What education systems now measure is butts in seats. They measure attendance, they measure enrollment, they have thousands of measures of enrollment. They don't measure learning in a way that's regular, reliable, and relevant. So ask yourself, in my education system, do the people working in that system have access to learning measures that they trust, that they can use, and that are frequent enough they can update what they actually do on the basis of that measurement? If you don't have that measurement, it's like driving a car with just one side rear view mirror. You can see a lot of where you've been, but it's not useful guidance for where you're going. Third thing is you have to align systems around your learning commitments, and I'm going to talk a little more about that, and then I promise to stop. You need to support teaching. And again, I say these things, and you might think, well, of course, support teaching. We all support teaching. No. Systems don't. Systems support teachers. And there's a radical difference between supporting teaching, which is supporting effective practices in the classroom day in and day out, and just supporting teachers in the standard ways that haven't worked. And finally, you need to adapt what you adopt as you implement it. So last, I want to just take 5 more minutes and talk about one of these things, which is align systems around learning commitments. So next slide. And I might have to skip some slides. Skip this slide. Next slide. And this is just sort of showing what those other learning profiles showed. And I have this slide because it comes from the PAL network, which was apparently meeting in this hotel yesterday. But what this shows is that the level of children that have acquired the ability to do a simple subtraction word problem at early grades, middle grades, late grades. And what you see is that just how incredibly few students are getting to these simple arithmetic understandings early in their learning career. And if you can't do a subtraction word problem by grade 4 or 5, like how are you going to learn science? How are you going to learn data? How are you going to learn any of the skills that were mentioned earlier by the Minister of Information from Kenya that the African economy needs? So it's failure in the early learning profile that really needs to be addressed. Second, next slide. Second, this learning has to be, I'm not recommending basic skills. When I say conceptual and procedural mastery of foundational, that's a very different thing than saying they need to memorize arithmetic. But what's happening is by not getting to the conceptual understanding, schools are rushing through a curriculum to cover topics without ever covering those topics in ways that students deeply understand them and can use them. So students are memorizing things without ever being able to apply them in their own life. And without that foundation, next slide, you can't build. So you need depth of understanding that goes to your being able to apply your learnings to novel situations, even if they're basic, before you rush into higher order topics. So next slide. What most curricula around the world look like, this is an example from just one state of India, Rajasthan, but if you look at the mathematics curriculum, what the curriculum covers is the green line. The blue dots are what the students in these various grades actually can know or do, and the orange line is therefore the learning profile. And what happens is the teachers are commanded to cover a curriculum that their students can't possibly understand. They're being asked to cover 8th grade math when the average student has 4th grade understanding. No teacher can do that. No teacher can cover that gap. So what we call this the misalignment. There's a massive misalignment in most schooling systems between what the curriculum demands be done, what the teachers can actually do, and what the students actually know. And until you align and teach the student at the level they are, and have them accumulate their progress from where they are to where they need to be, you're creating systems that are rushing through coverage towards the exam, often reproducing that in a memorized or rote way on a high-stakes examination without ever creating any foundational skills at all. So next slide. So this is what we call a survey of the enacted curriculum, and it compares the curriculum, which are the green dots, and this is arrayed by topics and by depth of understanding. And what you see is the curriculum expects very high level of topics covered at very in-depth way. And the blue dots are what actually happens in the classroom. The blue dots are covering very basic material at very basic levels. And they don't, even for the basic concepts, they don't get across to the student ability to apply those concepts. So where they have coverage of topics, but in none of the topics are the students learning to apply. So I think this is a super important way in which, so when we say align your system, you have to say, do I have a curriculum that is getting to conceptual understanding that students can apply these skills to novel situations in foundational areas? And am I expecting teachers to convey that curriculum in a realistic way given the students they have? Without that, I think without this alignment of instruction, you really can't expect to get good outcomes, because what's going to happen in a misaligned system like this is a few children are going to survive your education system. I mean, children that have enormous capability and enormous drive and enormous grit and enormous innate intelligence are going to end up learning something, and they are going to progress, and they are going to attend university, but you're not going to establish universal skills, and you're not even going to help the advanced students have really deep understanding. You're going to force your advanced students to memorize a bunch of stuff without ever understanding maybe any of it, and only to come to that understanding on their own. So let me stop there with that's, and I have other bits about the life cycle, but I'm hoping Professor Behrman will cover them, and I want to stop here to get to the discussant and Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for this presentation. That we debate on the presentation about the women education now and the 1960s. Are we having the right curriculum, syllabus? Are we driving our school children towards questions. So let us be prepared. Now, let me call upon the discussion, Dr. Adam Mugume.
Thank you, Prof, for the clear and presentation and well-written paper indeed. It was really very interesting and intriguing. Read some what you wrote in the paper. And obviously, I want to thank Aerc for inviting me, knowing that what I am as an economist because of Aerc, but what I'm not is my own fault, not of their own failure to do human capital. The other failure is on me, not Aerc. I passed through their hands for both undergraduate and at postgraduate level. Reading the paper, I think I can summarize the paper into four main arguments. One, at macro level, it seems to say growth outturns seem to be delinked from school, from the number of years in school. Very intriguing. For anybody who has done, growth accounting or growth, equation modeling, etc., we always use the years of schooling. You do a bit of adjustments here and there, see whether actually, yes, whether years of schooling do impact on economic growth. Indeed, absolutely right. At a macro level, always you find that the level of significance of the years of schooling seems to be challenged in most of the research work we have seen at least. And I think the paper highlights that clearly. The other issue the paper raises is that investing in human capital is not depending on schools. And I think that is clearly elaborated on that, because sometimes we look at the expenditure in schools. Some of the expenditures, obviously we know where they go. If you are from an African country, you know that either the headmaster or the minister, not the minister, ministers are holy. It is only the teachers and the headmasters that steal the money, but not the ministers. He also argues that schooling, or time served, and learning seem to be to differ. I absolutely agree with that, that you can spend 7 years in school, but come out not being able to read and write. And I think he has clearly elaborated on that. The other element I think he emphasizes is that human capital should look at a life cycle perspective. In other words, look at a perspective from the childhood, schooling phase. It becomes like a lifetime trajectory, including acquisition and utilization of human capital. At the end of the day, once you look at that spectrum, that's when it makes sense, rather than only looking at schooling alone. And indeed he has said, we need to adopt a system rather than organizational approach. So those are the main issues that I think are well elaborated on the paper. Now let me turn to explore some of these arguments, mainly making reference to Uganda, where I come from. Now, it is true that the paper acknowledges heterogeneity in terms of, countries are different. When you look at Uganda, I think he has emphasized much in the case of Uganda. It is true what most of the things you have actually described are clearly true for anybody who has lived in Uganda. A kid comes out of senior 4, but you tell him what is 9 times 9. He wants to use a calculator or a mobile phone. But me, when I was taught that by my mother who stopped in P3. And those are many years ago. So if a kid in senior 4 can multiply 9 by 9, but my mother who stopped in 9 in grade 3 taught me that before I entered school, because I never had a chance of going through nursery. Mine was running nursery from school, and the teacher was my mother who stopped in P3. And I made it. So, but the question is the nursery school therefore the most relevant, or probably the home setting, where probably some of the learning can come from? Now, country specific. When you look at Uganda, the first question is, you look at the Uganda education system, from the time of the colonial period, some of the schools were basically for kings. So you had particular schools in Uganda, the north, the south, the center, they basically put on for colonial administration to train the children of the kings. These are the schools we inherited, and some of these schools are still there now under government, and they still perform quite well. But their orientation was basically to train the children of the kings. Then religious institutions came up with their own schools. So you had Anglicans starting their own, Catholics doing the same, Muslims doing the same, and most of the time these schools were competing. So that is the education system of 1960. So you had therefore an institutional mechanism that were self-administering in terms, if we were the children of the kings, the system was basically meant for you to be trained in a particular administrative arrangement so that you inherit the kingship. If you are in a religious circle, that was also a different orientation. And the priests and the whatever were there to be the supervisors. So there was a bit of institutional mechanism to govern the schooling and to orient children to particular direction. So that is the education system we inherited in the case of Uganda. Now come into 1990s. Because now, by the time I was in undergraduate in Makerere, the population we had was about 6,000. That was in the late 1980s and early 90s. Then the government came and said, liberalize education. From 6,000 students in Makerere, within 4 or 5 years, the student population had gone to 40,000. The question was, you have liberalized education. Now the institutional mechanism that was meant to cater for 6,000 has to cater for 40,000. The lecture rooms. I can tell you, when I did mathematics in Makerere undergraduate, we did computer science and programming, but we had never had a computer. There was, you'd go to a room called where they will show you the mainframe, and that was around 1990 or so. They will take you a big room like this and say, this is a mainframe. I don't know what the mainframe was. That you punch here and things come out from the other side. That's what we saw. I was doing mathematics and I was doing computer science. So I never knew what exactly we were doing. But, so therefore, the whole exercise, therefore, I tried to understand and pass the exam. If you ask me what I started in that computer science class, I don't know. Was it Fortran? I don't know. But I know that we did something in programming and we never had a computer. So that is the education. So once you have that kind of education system, without institutional mechanism to really sieve through what you are doing, then it becomes really a very problematic thing. However, we should also not discount the role of education. In a bit of 1990s, when people were doing studies on Uganda, then we would start seeing that agricultural productivity at household level for a farmer who had not gone to school at all, vis-a-vis a farmer who had spent at least 4 years, the 4-year person with education had a better productivity in agriculture than a person who never went to school. So automatically means with a bit of agricultural extension, a person who went to school can be able really to enhance productivity rather than a person who never went to school. And indeed, additional 1 year to 5 years, you will see that agricultural productivity will jump by around 10%. So which automatically means that there is a bit of the role of education enhancing productivity, even at household level. However, as I agree with the prof, that productivity is not matched in terms of gross numbers. That was 1990s. So in the case of Uganda also, we have done studies to look at returns to education at household level. Now, when you look at household survey data of 1990s, and you run the usual equation, the wages vis-a-vis the number spent in years, the Minsa kind of equation, you will see that the maximum return to education in 1990s were up to first degree. So in 1990s, automatically meant that, yes, once someone was a graduate, have high wages, etc. So that was evidence at household level. But the question came in, after first degree, the returns to education started declining. In the household level, in the case of Uganda, we would see that once you go beyond the first degree to master's to PhD, the wages not necessarily respond to the number of schooling in that case. So that was in 1990. In the 2000s, using the same household data, the story seems to have changed. That actually, the return to schooling seems to be declining for the 2000 household data surveys. So the question has been, where has this education gone then? Because the 2000, that's where we see expansion. From 1990s to 2000, that's where we see high expansion in terms of education, number of schooling, etc. So, and indeed, again looking at Uganda's data, total factor productivity in Uganda has been on a decline in the 2000s compared to 1990s. So, how can you have productivity that is declining, yet those are the years when you should be having higher returns from education or over the years? So I think that's what we have seen in the case of Uganda. Now, another question I have then is, how then should we define human capital? We have seen from Prof's explanation, the number of years spent in school does not necessarily mean that you are really, very productive. Let me tell you another story. When I was still teaching in Makerere, and I just went from my graduate school in Oxford, I took an undergraduate paper in econometrics from Oxford. And I took the same paper to agree with what you were saying. I gave it to my PhD students in Makerere. That was around 2005. And none could pass it. The same undergraduate paper for undergraduate course in economics and political science in Oxford, none of the PhD students, by then I was teaching in Makerere, could pass it. And so I did it the same. I'm not abusing. I know the problem in the Makerere by that time, because as I said, you are teaching econometrics without even an econometric software. So obviously, that's what you expect. So I mean, again, but then the question is, how do we define human capital in this case? If we don't take it and then we want to use it in terms of enhancing, analyzing productivity. So it is an intriguing question. How should we define human capital and then use it in terms of analysis if we discount the number of years spent in school? Obviously, one of the aspects we have already seen, the ingredients, we have seen that health expenditure also matters. We can also argue that on-the-job training also matters in terms of human capital. Again, in the case of Uganda, if I can borrow another example, one time we did some surveys for industries, and we were asking them why they don't take up our graduate students in engineering from Makerere. But the firms were saying, no, we can't employ these people because they are good in spoiling machines rather than using them to produce anything. So they were saying we would rather have people who have not probably stopped in secondary with a particular skills, rather than the mechanical graduate as engineers. So automatically, then the question is, how do we measure human capital? So if we don't measure it by the 4 years we have spent in undergraduate or 5 years in engineering school, how do we measure the human capital in that case? You see that on the job and skilling becomes part and parcel of human capital if we really want to make progress. And obviously, another element we look at, okay, we can't completely ignore formal education, but also formal education is part of the human capital, but also other studies, other programs like adult education, agricultural extension services, etc., become important when we are talking about human capital. So the question therefore is, how do we aggregate all these components, whether in health, whether in job training, formal education, and also other, adult program education system really to compute human capital. The other element probably which I want Prof. To highlight on is the role of migration. Because you will see, when you look at the studies that have been done on USA, the numerous skills at primary level is not as strong as in Japan or even Germany. But when it comes to innovation, the Americans seems to be doing pretty well compared to the Japan with high numerous skills, etc. The question therefore is, could there be a role for migration? And then when you see that most of the startups in USA that are over 1 billion, more than half of these are done by immigrants. So could there be a role of migrants in terms of also enhancing human capital? I think probably Prof. will help us to understand that. Not to bore you much, the other element is we have talked about some de-link of macro in the sense that when you look at the gross regulations, etc., number of scoring, it doesn't seem to come out. But at micro level, the return to education seems to be positive. What is could there be a problem in the way we are measuring, therefore, the role of human capital in the gross equation? Could there be probably the way we are using proxies for human capital is not correct in the gross equation? Could it be that we have errors and poor data quality in number of human capital, in terms of human capital, when we are doing the gross regulation? Also the role of institutions and endogeneity problem, which Prof. also highlights in the paper. Because it could also be through the case that the number of schooling and human capital development is derived from growth, and growth also is derived from human capital. So simultaneity problem. So why we don't see a strong macro evidence in terms of human capital in growth is some of these measurement issues and simultaneity problem in the approach we are using. Let me conclude by saying this. There is no doubt that education matters. But as Prof. said, it is not only going to school. When I was in primary and secondary, you don't just move from P1 to P2. You must have passed. You must pass. If you don't pass, you stay in the same class. So if you don't pass mathematics and English, you remain in the same class until you pass it. So when I reached P7, you will find people who have spent their 7 years in primary because they couldn't pass P7. These days, it is automatic. Nobody fails until you reach P7. So could there be the role of the change in the policy, the way we design our policies? Because if it is automatic for promotion, why you waste your brain? Why don't you just, after all, you'll be promoted? So in our days in primary, you must do until. So you reach P7, you find people with big beards and bald like mine now, and they are still in P7. And then it was automatic that they can't go to secondary. They would go into carpentry, into mechanics, or some other activity, because now the time is gone for them to be in secondary. So the change in the policy of therefore this automatic promotion, etc., could have also added. I'm not saying that we should reverse and go remove the automatic promotion, but the change in the governance structure, the policy, I think really, in the case of Uganda, at least played a role. Again, probably what Prof could have highlighted more is good governance. As I said, unless you have institutions, unless you have a mechanism to monitor the teachers. In my days as a student from primary, we had education guys who would come to monitor the performance of teachers. And they would sit in the classroom behind to see what the teacher is teaching. And incidentally, when I was in a graduate school in Oxford, I saw the same at PhD level. The assessors would come in a particular season. They would sit behind would sit in the classroom for about 2 or so weeks to see what the professor is teaching, whether it is in line with the syllabus, and whether the students are participating, and whether they are taking. But in our system, in the case of, at least in the case of Uganda, there is no mechanism for that. Because I remember that when education supervisors would come to your school, and they find that the quality of teaching, etc., is not good, the education supervisor will say, I think you don't qualify to have P5 or P7 classrooms. You should only qualify to remain with 5 classes, so that P6 and P7, primary 6 and 7, should go to another school. But these days, because private schools are private in any case, so if the schools are private, who are you to tell me not to put on P6 or P7? So the privatization, without necessarily strong supervision of the teachers, etc., I think also added a bit of the problem. With that, I beg to leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Adam, for these explanations, questions. I think you have answered some of the questions that was in my mind, in the mind of others. We are going to open the discussion. We have a lot of questions in our mind. We are left with 1 hour to go for lunch. We shall manage our time. You have heard the presentation, and you have some answers, you have some questions, you have some comments. So feel free to raise your hand and then begin. The first hand was here.
Thanks very much. The point I'm making is about your presentation, particularly in view of what Dr. Magome made. The issue is about data quality. I think you have reached or arrived at most of your conclusions based on the data that was presented to you or you managed to collect. Point that Dr. Magome is making really is that maybe the data quality from our part of the world wasn't that good, and it therefore made you arrive at the type of conclusions that were presented this morning. I'm raising this observation on the basis of the performance of African students when they study abroad, when they go to England, when they go to America. They're very competitive. If they were coming from weak academic backgrounds, or they're coming from weak backgrounds, as it were, maybe that would have shown. But if you put them in the same class, students from Asia, students from the Americas, African students do compete very, very strongly. So what is your comment on that, particularly in regard to data quality that probably formed
courtesy for inviting me. I've been in the cage for the last 3 years because of COVID, and now I'm ready to be out. I find the paper by the professor very interesting. Very interesting because it's controversial, and there are areas which I disagree with him. To start with, the story you told is incomplete, meaning is partial. In the sense that, for example, you don't look into the reasons as to why the quality of education has been trending. Secondly, you didn't look into Africa's structure of education, secondary, primary, secondary, and tertiary, to see how the changes are taking place over time. You concentrated on the 5 years. No, there's secondary education, the tertiary education, and even in the question of gender, the parity, gender parity has been improving with time. Second aspect, you make comparisons between oranges and apples. Why am I saying so? You are comparing an African country called Ghana with the tigers, whereas the economic structure of the tigers is different from the Ghana. Look at the cultures, the civilizations, even the leadership. The leadership in that part of the country is people-oriented, visionary, and they talk the walk. I would have been more pleased, comfortable, if you had taken an African country which has done very successfully in human development, and then we see whether we could borrow a leaf from that country because it's the African context. Again, at the beginning, you are talking about productivity and payment. I worked with the IMF for a while. I was being paid 14,000 US dollars per month. Then I worked in Tanzania, a donor-funded program. I was getting $2,000. And at the University of Dar es Salaam, the most I got is about $2,000 per month. But my productivity was the same. And even the university, it was even higher than when I was working with the IMF. How do you connect productivity with what somebody gets? It depends on the context, the cost of living, etc., etc. For example, in Washington, I was paying $4,500 for the housing. In Tanzania, I was paying nothing. I was given free. So one has to be careful connecting productivity and payment system without necessarily seeing the context of which one is talking about. I've got a number of issues. We will engage on one-to-one later, but for now, may I stop there? Thank you very much.
Can we go to this side?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, Professor, for the inspiring presentation, because I can really see that this is a new frontier, especially when we talk about education. I am from Mauritius. I'm the ambassador of Mauritius to China now, okay? And now when you're talking about schooling, the school year, the school enrollment, because, I find that, maybe somehow, we have been misled or by the World Bank, because, all the research that we've done, previously has been, when we talk about productivity, we always include, the years of schooling, school enrollment, and even school enrollment for women. I think now, things have changed, but my question to you is, how do we define, the learning profile? Because the learning profile is something dynamic, it keeps changing, given, the changes in the ICT and in the economic space today. I think this is most important today. I think your conclusion is clear, because, even in the case of Mauritius, I can tell you very right now, I have been thinking for quite some time, why is it that we are investing massively in school, massively in education, but the productivity is going down? So I think now, I've got at least some answers to my question. But then the next question and the main issue now, even for Africa, is how do we define what is the right learning profile that we should adopt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. The last, and then we can get answers from Professor.
Bom. When passé première proprement très bientôt. Apprend par quoi c'est est-ce qu'on
Thank you. Let us give floor to Professor to answer some of the questions you have. Welcome.
So let me start in some sense with the last two questions, because I think in ways they're similar, which is, if you look at the way education systems were constructed, you want to, in some sense, if you look at a machine, you can infer what a machine is for by what it actually does. And what education systems were actually doing is they were expanding enrollments and they were selecting an elite. And so they were less education systems and more selection systems, in the sense that, you know, it is the case that the people who emerged from African schooling were able to compete globally because you were selecting people who were high capability people. They weren't necessarily well educated, but the system did work to select. But then if you look, for instance, at in Mauritius, you need a different set of skill sets, but the productivity keeps going down. I think it's because they're not driving to conceptual understanding. The selection systems were based on, I'm going to present the material, the smart kids are going to get it, the dumb kids don't get it, but all I was trying to do was separate the smart kids from the dumb kids. and so I'm done. Whether the kids learned anything or not, in some sense, it's just a torture test. I'm just distinguishing, right? And so the continuation of that process as you get more and more kids in school isn't, increasing the total if you're still selecting the same, if all you were trying to do is select the 500 kids that are going to go to the elite university, putting 5,000 kids or 50,000 or 500,000 kids, you haven't really changed the dynamic. You're just selecting the top 500, right? So the first thing is, I want to emphasize with the learning profile that you really want to get to conceptual learning. In one of those slides I showed, and I didn't talk about it, we emphasize that, you teach kids, for instance, how to measure something by showing a pen, they only have a textbook. They don't actually have any teaching materials. You show them a textbook with a pencil and a ruler, and the tip of the pencil is how long the pencil is. What's amazing is that if you move the pencil, the kids just report that the pencil got longer. So clearly, they kind of were conditioned response educated. The conditioned response was, I'll show you a picture, you tell me where the tip is, and that's length. But they weren't actually understanding measurement or length at a conceptual level because they couldn't apply it to novel situations. So, if I say, how are you going to increase the productivity of schooling, I think you need to focus on, at every level, at every topic, are we getting children to the level of understanding that they can apply it to a novel situation? And if they can't, then you're moving too fast in topic and you're not getting enough depth. So I think, if I'm focusing on education systems, and then this also goes to the point about engineers. Engineers are often, they're selected by being clever at the conditioned response that is the education system, but they've never put two wires together. They've never, built stuff, and hence they don't necessarily have a conceptual foundation. So same sort of thing. So I think that's a super important thing. If you had to come away with one thing I said, it's that the education systems need to focus on getting children to acquire skills that lead to capabilities that are valued. So I use this phrase, acquired valued capabilities. I'm not saying, then I show you data about math tests, but what I'm really trying to get to is, are you acquiring valued capabilities, which can be broader. But I think the valued capabilities often come down to, did you come away with a level understanding that you can apply it in practice? And if you didn't, it doesn't help. The second main thing, I think I'm just going to address three big things. The second is the first I skipped to part 3. Part 3 is about the structure of the economy. Because, and I want to get to the example of farmers and productive farmers, because I think one of the early pioneers of human capital was T.W. Schultz. And T.W. Schultz was famous for saying two things. One, he said, human capital is really important. But the other thing he said was that traditional agriculture was by and large efficient. Now, if you think about those two things, they're kind of a contradiction. Because if I can be an efficient farmer with zero education, then why do I need education? And the answer is in the word traditional. What T.W. Schultz emphasized is if the structure of your economy isn't changing, then the knowledge you need to be productivity can be passed from mother to daughter and father to son. You don't actually need formal education in a traditional economy because the skills that you need are, not book learning, they're not new skills, it's not dynamic. So the question about Africa is twofold. One, is the structure of the African economies with respect to their sophistication in production, product mix, complexity, changing fast enough that you're creating a demand for people with skills? Right? And I think that is important. the structure of the economies hasn't changed fast enough. You still have large numbers of people in traditional agriculture. You still have large number of people in rural areas. And even the modern sectors, like the civil service and other large bureaucracies, tend to be kind of not dynamic. You know? So what I was trying to say in that third section is, and this gets particularly to Don's question, right? It's that I think if I'm an African policymaker, I'm, you know, I have to admit, go to war with the army you have. Right? So if I'm an African policymaker, I'm facing two challenges. One, I need to get the kids who have emerged from school with whatever skills have emerged in school employed. I need to create jobs, and to create jobs, I need a dynamic private sector that's creating new products, that's selling to the world. You need to create a dynamic economy that's absorbing the skill level you have, and that's super high priority. And then second, you need to train the army of the future, right? You need to say, I need to focus on the kids coming into school so that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, they're emerging with a much deeper base of understanding and are going to be ready for the more sophisticated economy I'm creating now. So it's sort of walking on 2 feet. I need to create a more sophisticated economy that can absorb the labor force that I have created with whatever schools I had and with whatever I want. And then at the same time, you have to focus. But nobody in a million years is going to tell policymakers, oh, well, gee, all these kids emerging from secondary school, nothing we can do about that. Let's focus on grade 1. Like, that's not going to fly, right? You have to say, what can we embed the labor we have in that we can sell to the rest of the world, that we can sell to each other, that's dynamic, that's creating new products, new skills, and then second, we need to focus. The other thing on the politics is, I think this is actually really simple for a current politician. In the sense that what education systems have been saying for the last 30 years and what the global community has been saying is put kids in school, put kids in school, put kids in school. And if you say, well, what about quality of learning? They've been saying, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. That our priority is to first get to universal, then we'll worry about quality. And I think any current politician can say, we've come to the bridge, right? We are just no longer in a position as a country where we have expansion of schooling as our primary human capital strategy. And you don't have to criticize the past. You did have to build out the school system. You did have to drive to universalization. I'm all for that. Nobody's against that. But we've come to the bridge. You can't, if you look at the prospects of how is the stock of skills of youth going to increase, there just isn't that much space for additional enrollment at current learning profiles. So again, I think for a politician, you can say, you know, we did these terrific things in the past. We had terrific life, you know, transformative success. You succeeded at getting every kid in school. That's amazing. That's terrific. And now we face a new challenge, and we're going to surmount this new challenge like we surmounted the old challenge about getting every kid in school. So I don't think it's not a huge political problem because in some sense, well, it's a very tricky thing, but it's doable. Because you can say, we succeeded, and now we're going to have more success. But the new success requires a radical transformation from what produced the past success. Again, we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. We're at the bridge. If you don't change now, you go off into a chasm. So it's okay. Last thing, just about data quality. I tried to make everything I say robust to a variety of different data sources. So I think data quality is weak, I acknowledge that, but by the same token, in the paper, everything I say is triangulated at least 3 different sources. So we have the DHS source, which is, you know, direct household data. We have the assessments, which are a different kind of thing. We've got different triangulations. So I've you know, I hope I don't say anything that relies on one particular data source. I want to say things that are reasonably robust and can be cross-checked, because we have the DHS data, which is very narrow, about just reading just that sample. We have these other assessments. So again, I've tried to triangulate and not make claims that hinge too much on a single data source, except for the PISA data. The PISA data is, in some sense, the gold standard of current international assessments. I think it's as reliable as data gets. So some of the results on PISA, like if PISA's way off, it's really bad. So anyway, but that said, I wouldn't want to, I'm making general statements that are triangulated, but any given country can be, from data set to data set, they look good in this one, bad in that one. So I'm less about, I wouldn't take anything in my slides about Uganda in particular and say, no, that's true. That said, I think the general statements are pretty cross-validated.
Thank you, Professor. Can we take, yes, at corner.
I want to
take the mic to him, but let him wait for a while.
I did want
Professor has.
I did want to respond to the question about institutions, and the way I want to respond is, I just don't know what it means, so I try not to use it. I know what a table is, I know what a chair is, but if you say the word furniture, it's like just, it encompasses too many things for me to say anything useful about it. Other than, you should have good furniture in your house, or you should have furniture that's appropriate to its use. So I feel nearly everything that's said about institutions is this vague, you should have sound institutions. Like, okay. But when I taught, I actually, at the beginning of the semester, would give a student in the front row a piece of chalk, and I would say, if I ever use the word institutions, throw this at my head as hard as you can, because I've reached the limit of what I actually understand. Because I know if I'm using the word institutions, I don't actually know what it means. I know what an organization is, I know what a Ministry of Education is, I know what an individual is, because I can feel them and touch them. Institutions, I have a hard time getting my hands on it.
Yes, sir. You continue.
Honorable Alo. Prof.
Yes, second and third, from here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pritchett. I had a question about the language of instruction. For example, here in Kenya, students are instructed in Swahili and a local language. Up until the third year of instruction, it switches to English. And so, assuming many countries have similar policies, most students are doing much of their education in languages they don't speak at home. Whereas, of course, in Vietnam, my understanding is that all of the instruction is in Vietnamese. So what impact might we expect this to have on student outcomes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Discussant, and thank you, Professor, for your nice presentation. I'm from Ethiopia. Let me ask you one quick question. In order to improve a learning profile, a good education policy system will be very necessary to improve this education ecosystem. But I think there are so many another policies to incorporate with the education system, especially sub-Saharan Africa. There is a very problem of peace and security, and the other one is health system. My country, Ethiopia, have started food programming for children in school fooding program. So what you should, your suggestion, this policy, especially food programming in school, it is very fundamental to improve the education system. So what's your policy implication?
Just 1 minute. Can you repeat your question in one sentence?
Okay. There is a food program in a school feeding program in some countries. So what's your policy suggestion for this? This is a very fundamental question.
Next, yes. Thank you. Let's take 3 persons, then allow him to answer. Yes, we have a lady behind, madam, and then 2 others. Shall come this way. Thank you. Take the mic this way. Yes. And thank you. Next.
Okay. I was fascinated by from our level know that so much to
Right? Schooling have been increasing significantly for African countries by a factor of 6 or so. I'm not sure if that is the right number. Maybe I missed it. How about you look at the cumulative learning of society over time, which is the historical aspect of it. So that takes us back in time way before the colonial period, right? So some societies have civilizations, right? Some societies don't have civilization. Or there might be the negative impact of colonization, destroying the local knowledge or value about education, right? Do you think that cumulative values of society about knowledge and education could, snowball over time, right? Not just the growth, but the cumulative level actually played a significant role in explaining the difference in human capital between countries, right? That's one question, more or less historical. The second one is the value, I think it's more or less related to this, the value that society put on education, right? Because everybody, or I would say rational economic being, respond to incentives. So we have market values, which are wages, we usually measure them, and we have non-market values, which are, I would say, appreciation or recognition in the society, right? When somebody is educated, what is the value that society put in education? And I think those are like unmeasured, right? So to what extent those values actually play a role in explaining the human capital difference across countries? And if they do, how do we really go about it, right, in solving the human capital or education crisis in Africa? I think this is my question, more or less a wider question, but I hope I'll hear some of your reflection there. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us give chance to the professor. After answering that, we shall take few people and then we break. Welcome.
So, starting with Dirk's question, I think a good way of thinking about human capital as embodied and represented by schooling capital is cognitive skills and other things and productivity is to look at Venezuela. Venezuela has gone from 1978 to today from a country that was considerably richer than Spain to a country that's generating millions of refugees as people flee the country. During that whole period, schooling kept expanding. And there was a rate of return to schooling. If you compared more educated versus less educated Venezuelans, they made more money. But the underlying productivity of the economy got destroyed, and hence social then we don't usually talk about it this way, but Venezuela destroyed human capital because they destroyed the ability of people to utilize their skills productively. So, if you ask me, the key focus of governments should be on economic growth that raises the productivity of the typical individual, that allows them to use the skills and capabilities they have productively. And particularly maybe in Africa, which has had lower growth and is at a lower level of income than other places. And I would regard that as human capital policy. Part of our goal of building human capital is to allow people to use whatever, I'm pointing at Dawn. So I think we have in some sense placed too much faith on school and not enough on creating productive workplaces. Now, when it comes to creating a productive economy, I've been super vague because it's a really super hard question of exactly what one should do to do that, but it doesn't mean that it's less important. So I think, I'm in favor of economic growth being an important set of things, and we should think of it as human capital augmenting policy. If we make factories that employ people and triple their productivity, that was human capital creation in exactly the way that Venezuela engaged in a set of things that were human capital destruction. That's the first. Second, on domestic revenue, I'm all for it, but spending alone is not the issue. I'm going to repeat that twice. Spending alone is not the issue. Spending alone is not the issue. The amount of variation in actual learning outcomes across countries that is explained by differences in the total magnitude of spending per pupil is very, very small. Second, when you look at Vietnam, Vietnam was an unholy mess in the sense that Vietnam propagated high, demanding standards for learning before they had the revenue to fund it. And you might think, well, that's dumb, blah, blah, blah. But what it did is it created pressure to create sources of domestic revenue. They actually forced individual local levels to come up with more of the resources to fund the schools to reach the standards they had. So, you know, a kind of overall planned process. I'm all for domestic revenue, but creating domestic revenue sources that feed into effective education is the key. You know, I sometimes use the metaphor of, there's an American folktale, Jack and the Beanstalk, where the mother, you know, they're out of food, so the mother sends the boy to the market with a cow to buy the last food that they can have, and the boy buys magic beans, sells the cow to some shyster for magic beans. Was that investing or was that not investing? It all depended on whether the beans were really magic. And the part of the problem with all the education systems is they're all built to spend without distinguishing spend from investment. And until you can clarify what's investment, what's actually going to produce returns, and what's just spend, I'm just, you know, I'm pushing back against this because the rest of the world and the rest of global advocacy wants to come and say spend, 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 and therefore you've invested in human capital. And that's just not true. It's just not true that if you spend more, you're going to get more in existing systems. Now, you can spend more and get more, but you have to do it consciously. Language of instruction is a huge issue, and when it's embedded in my rhetoric around aligned systems. So I think when you align systems to produce early grade literacy, you're going to realize that mother tongue instruction is essential, because non-mother tongue instruction of reading is forcing you to simultaneously learn how to read, which is translate words you know into text on a page, and it's forcing you to learn a second language. So, you know, it's very hard to learn. It's hard to do both. You know, I've learned Spanish, even though I'm a native English speaker, it's hard to learn Spanish, and it was hard to learn to read, and non-mother tongue instruction forces kids to do both simultaneously. And I think there's a lot not very good. And so I think when you start aligning on early grade literacy, you will come around to more sophisticated policies on mother tongue instruction. School feeding just isn't a big deal. Not a big deal. You do school feeding, you don't do school feeding. There's no evidence anywhere that it's different. So I just, you know, you know, it's one of the many, many things you could do. It's one of the many, many things that might turn out okay. It might be moderately beneficial to children to do so. It might not be a total waste of money, but it's not essential. And with the education systems that you have, you really need to say we're going to focus on essential efforts and essential reforms. There was one question I never could find where she was. I kind of heard, what can the rest of countries learn from each other? Is that? Oh, that's why I couldn't find you. There's a light right behind you. You're backlit.
Thank you. So my question was, what role can digitalization of the education system play in creating the enabling environment to improve the learning profile and ultimately contribute to productivity as per your presentation?
Okay. I'm sorry I understood your question then. I think most digitalization is a seductive bypass of tackling the hard issues. So I think digitalization is digitalization is neither necessary nor sufficient. And what most countries have done with digitalization is create IT systems that accurately measure things that aren't really relevant. So, you know, India created a IT system that measured this and measured that and measured the other. And during the 10 years, they had better and better digitized information. And over those 10 years, quality got worse. Children abandoned the public sector for the public sector, for the public for private sector in droves. Everything got worse. So a lot of the digitalization is exactly the wrong approach to education systems, because when I come back to, and this is the last thing I'll say on this round, you know, one of the things I talk about is the key to creating better education systems, and I don't like specific factors, because a key to creating a successful education system is to have it importantly purpose-driven. That everybody in the education system has a clear vision of what the purpose of the education system is and acts to further that purpose. And if you're not focusing on purpose-driven reforms, you're likely just kind of, you know, most successful organizations are driven around a core shared set of purposes, and then there's a lot of ancillary support functions that may enhance the effectiveness of achieving the purpose. I think a lot of digitalization is trying to, I regard organizations that have lost their sense of purpose as zombies, and so you've digitalized a zombie. Yeah, I can keep track with instantaneous computers of stuff that doesn't matter, but the core people in the organization aren't committed and effective action to further a purpose, so it doesn't help. And if you ask, what is it that I think can really be promoted and learned from countries that have had successful systems, it's the importance of creating a sense of purpose and creating a sense of shared understandings of things that lead to success in those purposes, and then having that drive the rest of the system, rather than having ancillary system fiction and kind of budgetary shenanigans and process drive behavior.
Thank you, Professor. We are left with 30 minutes break. So let us take 3 questions, then call it lunch. I begin with you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express the appreciation for the unconventional presentation made by Prof. Underscoring the importance of the outcome as opposed to school enrollment. I wish he could elaborate a little bit on the use of local language in the early years of primary schools, perhaps to explain the gap between Vietnam and Senegal or Zambia, countries in which children have to be confronted with French and English, while at home they speak Wolof or African language. So I think this perhaps could be part of the discussion. I take this opportunity to inform you that we have among us our friend Nal Kaburka, former president of the ADB, who has accepted to join us on the spot. He was not part of the he was not part of the seminar, but we invited him to join, given the importance of the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists. My name is Sadou Kaba, advisor of Minister of Trade, Industry, for Croatian Economic, Finance, and Sector Private. and private sectors. I did not read the papers, but from the presenter say that the papers is more focused spending school and productivities. So for me, I think the papers should add political instability in Africa, because this is more factors in Africa. Because of that one, we have lack of investment. And because of that one also, most of head of state are spending more money on militaries, on securities, rather than education. If you look at most of African budget, you will see in the budget, the funding allocated to the military and the policies are far way better than education. So that can affect negatively the quality of education. Even buying the materials, for example, computer science, to buy the computers, or people are doing the network and the cabling, all this they cannot find, they cannot get the fund for that. So this is more important. Democracies in Africa affect also our quality of education. I will give you one example. I used to school in China. In 1887, I went to China. Chinese, they're learning from their own language. And over there, they have particular ideas. So when we from Africa went there to learn, in first we have to learn Chinese. And that was more challenging for us. So political stability is very, very important for investment and the productivities for Africa. So for me, the paper should include these factors. Thank you.
Thank you. Far.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je suis Ibrahim Abba, je suis le directeur de la formation et de l'orientation professionnelle au ministère de l'Emploi et de la formation professionnelle du Cameroun. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs de m'avoir invité 2 fois consécutivement. D'abord à Kigali sur le chômage des jeunes, aujourd'hui sur la problématique du capital humain. Je voudrais vous faire un constat avant de questionner, de poser ma question au professeur Pritchett. En 2014, j'ai retenu lors du Senior Policy Seminar de Kigali que le chômage des jeunes était dû principalement à l'inadéquation entre la formation que ces jeunes reçoivent et les besoins du secteur productif. Quelque chose que j'ai également noté et relevé, c'est qu'il y avait un problème de l'imprégnation des jeunes dans les milieux socio-professionnels. Une façon de dire que les jeunes n'étaient pas suffisamment admis en stage professionnel au sein des entreprises. C'est pour cela qu'il y a persistance de l'inadéquation entre les formations reçues et le chômage. Aujourd'hui, la première leçon que nous retenons, c'est que le professeur Pritchett nous enseigne qu'il y a capital humain, mais qu'on se rend compte que dans les pays africains, il y a un problème de compétences. Effectivement, en tant que directeur de la formation professionnelle, nous nous avertions à développer des compétences à travers une approche qu'on appelle approche par les compétences, qui consiste à aller vers l'exercice des métiers et transposer cet exercice de métier dans l'élaboration des curricula de formation qui doivent être enseignés à nos enfants. Et cette approche coûte extrêmement cher, mais tout au moins, nous arrivons à matcher les besoins du secteur productif des développements des compétences que nous avons. Alors ma question est celle de savoir, est-ce que cette approche pédagogique de l'approche par les compétences, l'APC, peut être appliquée dans le secteur éducatif de tous ordres, de tout ordre? Est-ce que c'est faisable? Est-ce que c'est possible pour véritablement aller vers le développement des compétences? Est-ce que les pays africains, si jamais il venait à adopter cette approche dans tout le parcours, tous les ordres d'enseignement, auront-ils les moyens pour implémenter cela? Je parle des ressources financières, je parle des équipements qu'il faut importer pour matérialiser les enseignements, afin donc de lever cette insuffisance mentionnée en matière de compétences. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. The last.
Thank you very much, the moderator and the chair of this session. My name is Chiji Ojuku. I'm the Managing Director, Africa Projects Development Center in Abuja. I thank the presenter and the discussants for this thought-provoking topic. I want to know your views on the issue of leapfrogging. Today we heard about Japan and what they did. They sent students to the US. They came back, and Japan today is one of the biggest manufacturers of cars. The cost of education in Africa is very high, and the budget is not there. As one of the speakers said, research and development is very weak. So Africa will not be able to have the resources to catch up. So what do we do? Do we do what Japan has done? Do we need to leapfrog, or do we need to go through the process of starting from the first principle, try to arrive at the level of education that we expect? I just want to know your views on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is the last question, so we give chance to the professor to answer, and then we wrap up and get out. Thank you.
So about political, I emphasized I wasn't education, wasn't Africa expert, and I'm particularly not a political stability expert, so I'm not going to say anything. So I think this issue of youth unemployment, the skills training is assuming what isn't true. I think the way in which vocational training of specific skills for the job market works is you take youth that have foundational skills of literacy and numeracy and reasoning and command over basic things, and then you train them with specific skills. The challenge is, I think a lot of the vocational skills training is trying to remediate massive unacknowledged deficits in the former. And no one, I feel, I mean, I read what international organizations and others are saying, and I don't think anybody's being super honest about this. It's that there's a generation of youth. I mean, the question is, have you generated a generation of youth whose employment expectations far exceed their actual fundamental capabilities? And that's, I think, a huge problem. Data from India, that they did an NGO in India did an assessment of youth skills in India. And it was just amazing the lack of really fundamental literacy and numeracy skills. And yet, when you ask them their employment expectations, they would say civil servant, police officer, all kinds of jobs for which, you know, you talk about bridging the gap. Well, the bridging the gap model works if the gap is bridgeable. But this isn't a matter that students have emerged from high school with just theoretical skills but need vocational skills to work in the labor market. They don't have the cognitive skills that you would have expected a person emerging with grade 10 or grade 12 would have. And so if you take the Swiss or the German or the other successful vocational training models and try and append that to the current situation, it just won't work. There's a blunter answer, and it's not I mentioned that I don't want to be called Dr. Gloom later, but I think, you know, it doesn't help to not be honest. And so I think I'm all in favor of a skills-based approach, but, you know, this is the dual challenge, again, that Dawn raised. You have to do something about youth employment, and doing something about youth employment is going to involve creating jobs, but we have to acknowledge that we have to create jobs for youth with roughly the skills they currently have. You're not going to remediate 12 years of poor foundational education with a 6-month internship. So that's I think, the reality. So, and the extent to which skills-based training means building into the earlier curriculum application of conceptual knowledge to novel ideas, I think that's a hugely important idea. Because partly what happens is what little cognitive skills they have as measurable on examinations don't extend to, again, it's like if you move the pencil, they get the question about length of the pencil wrong because they didn't ever understand measurement and length. Or they didn't understand the mapping between the reality of length and the school concept of length. So anyway, so I think this problem is way deeper. So what I'm saying is the problem is way deeper than vocational skills training can fix, and we just need to admit that. But at the same time, addressing youth unemployment is and has to be African policymakers' huge thing. Second is, I'm a much bigger, I think Africa is much more likely to be disruptive in the true sense of the business school professor Clay Christensen than it is to leapfrog. And I think you could leapfrog to disruptiveness, but Japan did not, you know, Japan successfully leapfrogged in the Meiji Restoration period into some pretty basic industries. We don't want to confuse the history of Japan. Japan didn't leapfrog from, you know, agricultural society to Toyota in one jump. They leapfrogged into textile, which were, at the time, a century industry. So I'm skeptical that there's empirical evidence that leapfrogging very often is out to be a successful step. I would, if I were focused on what in Africa could embed its current youth in productive activities, I would be more focused on corruption. Now, on back. Leapfrogging from the existing situation with respect to the actual skills. But that isn't to be pessimistic about Africa's possibilities. I think leapfrogging is always a very seductive, an attractive thing to imagine you can do. But, you know, I can imagine myself being an athlete. It doesn't ever translate into any reality, though. I'm finished, yeah. I think I've said more than enough.
Thank you, Professor Adam. As we are going to break for lunch, thank you for listening, and thank you for participating fully, asking questions and getting answers. And this is a learning process for us. As we return back, we shall have something to offer, to take from here. Adopt a system that will enhance and develop human capital that is productive for us. We are graduating thousands and thousands of students who are only liability to the country without production. We must invest in human capital seriously, that is productive, innovative, and to move our countries forward. The comparison is only for the purpose of understanding what is happening in one country and the other country. And we should not always blame the past. Always we talk about the past, 1960. Let us now design our way. We are now in the modern era. What can we do that is better, that can improve the system that we have now, than to blame the past? And let us, as policymakers in this hall, we don't need to change our system rapidly, but we can gradually, in a small way, at our capacity, change the education system, the policy system in our country. So it depends on us on how we can move Africa forward. On a private note, since I will not chair this session again, I'm coming from South Sudan, a new country with a lot of challenges. I'm appealing to all of you to visit us, support us, contribute in a way to make us understand also what you understand, and to make you also understand what we understand. The media message is different from what you can see on the ground in South Sudan. So I'm appealing to you, please feel free to visit us, and then we can interact, and then you see what you can help and what we can help you with. Otherwise, break for good lunch, and we hope to meet as soon as we finish our lunch. My session is finished. I would like to give thanks to the professor, give thanks to Adam for this wonderful exchange of ideas. May God bless you. Thank you.
Very inspiring. Give it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Professor Lunt. Thank you, Adam. Lunch is served at the main restaurant where we took breakfast. If you didn't have breakfast,
received various honors for his research, including econometric public profile and ranked 108 in the world and 87 in the United States in 2022 edition of ranking of top 1,000 scientists in the field of economics and finance. So, first of all, let us give him a clap for having such an outstanding professor today to give us a lecture. The second, and not least, is Dr. Sherlyn Raga. She's our discussant today on the paper. She is a research fellow at ODI International Economic Development Group and one of the co-authors of the paper on foreign direct investment and human capital in development in Africa under the AERC project. Sherlyn has more than a decade of professional experience on policy-oriented research covering macroeconomics, financial integration, trade, and investment in Asian and African contexts. At ODI, her latest work includes analysis of economic vulnerability in low and middle-income countries to the Russian-Ukraine war, macroeconomic and distributional impact of COVID-19 in the Global South, country-level prospects and challenges in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, digital trade among Commonwealth members, and regional banking in sub-Saharan Africa. She has also been involved in ODI research focusing on financial sector, food security, energy, and private sector development in conflict settings. Sherlyn has delivered various ODI research output commissioned by GIZ, FCDO, FSD, Gate Foundation, IDRC, UNDP, UNOCHA, among others. Prior joining ODI, Sherlyn worked as a researcher at the Philippine Central Bank, International Monetary Fund, and Asian Development Bank. Sherlyn obtained a Master of Science degree in Economics for Development at Oxford University. I think we should also give her a clap. So, before starting and giving the floor to Professor Berman, I think I'll start by saying that, I start by a cliche. We all in Africa, on the continent, we talk about the population dividend and how we should use the population dividend in order to employ, in order to create more jobs for the youth, which is very important, and in order to use that population dividend for the future development of Africa. I think human capital investment is a very important topic today, and I am sure that we are going to learn a lot from Professor Berman and from the discussant, Dr. Sherlyn Raga. Thank you very much. We pass on the floor to Professor, please.
Good afternoon. Let me proceed. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there with you at this important and interesting event, but I am pleased to be able to participate through the video presentation. I am talking about human capital investments, particularly related to early life human capital and schooling and fertility. This paper was written for AERC, and it's based on two other papers that I will show you in just a second. But first, just a general observation. Sub-Saharan Africa is exceptional with regard to its experiences regarding human capital and human fertility. And these have important implications for economic growth. I will focus on sort of micro dimensions of that experience, but it's very good that the discussant will bring a broader macro view of the role of human capital in sub-Saharan African development. But just some examples of this exceptionalism. Schooling progress has tended to lag behind other regions. Also, that is true for most other human capital indicators. It's also the only major region with a total fertility rate in excess of 4 children per woman due to a later and slower fertility decline. And all these characterizations are not independent, they interact. The fertility is related to the human capital investments, as I will discuss. So I'm building upon two AERC papers. The first by Tom Vogel, Fertility Change and Human Capital Growth in Africa. The second by myself and Claudia Vasquez, Early Life Human Capital Investments in Sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm building on those for my comments today. The second one focuses upon early life, on children under 5, and uses as a general framework the WHO nurturing care framework. Note that there's 5 components that interact. I will focus particularly on opportunities for early learning and adequate nutrition and good health, but the others are also important. And the motivation is globally, over 2.5 million children under 5 years of age, including almost 100 million in sub-Saharan Africa, are at risk of not developing their potential by inadequate investment in them in their preschool years. And in this, the study I did together with Vasquez, we focused particularly on 3 dimensions: nurturing care through age 5, nutrition through age 5, and pre-primary programs generally for ages 3 to 5. Now here's the outline of what I want to cover. First, just some definitions, frameworks for analysis. Then section 2, the exceptionalism in human capital and fertility in sub-Saharan Africa. Third, analysis of the fertility schooling interactions in the region. Fourth, the cost of inaction, that is, the lost future income of not investing sufficiently in early life human capital. And I also refer to the cost of the COVID preschool shutdowns. Fifth, policy implications and research needs. So first, to the definitions. So human capital means stocks of capabilities that are accumulated from earlier investments in humans that increase their productivity. And these include a wide range of possible investments, including in nutrition, health, education, training, learning on the job. I want to emphasize that they include schooling as an input into education, but that's not the only dimension of human capital. There are many other dimensions that are very important in thinking about sub-Saharan Africa's development. Second, agri-production functions relate total output to a number of inputs, but importantly including the quantity of labor and the quality of human resources. And it's the quality of human resources which is affected by the human capital investments. Third, an important model in economics is the quantity-quality fertility and human capital investment model. And implications of this model include, as noted on the slide, that women's human capital may reduce fertility by raising the opportunity cost of women's time, shifting their bargaining power in households, or reshaping preferences. Also, therefore, forces that encourage lower fertility also tend to encourage more investment in children's human capital. And finally, changes in the distribution of fertility across more and less educated parents, for example, reshape the prevalence of childhood disadvantage in the next generation, with implications for future distributions of human capital and income. So if those with higher fertility have less human capital and invest less in their children, that will have a long-run implication on distribution. So turn to section 2, trying to describe the sub-Saharan African experience in human capital and fertility. The figure on the slide now gives total fertility rates over time by world regions from 1950 to almost to the present. And at the start of this period, in the mid-20th century, the various low and middle income countries had close to the same total fertility rates, around 6 or 7. Sub-Saharan Africa was second to only Middle East and North Africa, with a rate about 6.5. But over time, in all the low and middle income countries, there have been steady declines in the total fertility rate. In sub-Saharan Africa, there was initially an increase due to more women in childbearing ages, but then a decline, but a decline to a level that is substantially above the other low and middle income countries currently, more on the order of magnitude of 4 or 5 children per woman. Schooling attainment over the similar time period, this is the completed schooling attainment for men in panel A and for women in panel B. And very generally, throughout the world, there's been steady increases in schooling attainment, substantial increases. Sub-Saharan Africa started, as in several other low and middle income countries, fairly low in the mid 20th century, increased substantially, both for men and for women, but did not increase as much as other low and middle income countries. So by recent years, Sub-Saharan Africa has the lowest level of schooling for men and for women. And although the schooling has increased more rapidly for women, the average schooling for people in this age range, for adults in this age range, is still higher for men than women at the end of this period. That's no longer true for younger men and women. Early childhood in Sub-Saharan Africa has a number of different indicators. Here, I'm referring to under 5 mortality rates. This is the world rate, which from 1990 to 2018 dropped substantially from 93 per 1,000 births to 38 per 1,000 births. Likewise, there's an even larger drop for Sub-Saharan Africa, but starting from a much higher level, from 180 to 76. So this has been a tremendous improvement throughout the world, including Sub-Saharan Africa, but Sub-Saharan Africa remains at a higher level. Here's some examples within particular countries. The dashed line gives all low-income countries. The other countries give a group of countries on which the project focus. And you can see there's lots of variation across countries. Ethiopia and Uganda had the fastest reduction. Nigeria had a much slower reduction over this period. And that's sort of a general point regarding human capital experience in Sub-Saharan Africa. Well, I will try to summarize the overall experience. Generally, there's a lot of variation among different countries. This refers to stunting. Stunting, as you probably know, means short for height. And stunting is of interest because it is associated with neurological development, cognitive development, long-run schooling attainment, and productivity. And this gives, for the world, the stunting rates, which declined again very substantially from 1990 to 2020. In the different African regions, there were also generally declines, but not as much as in other parts of the world. So by the end of the period, stunting remained relatively high in all the major sub-Saharan African regions, and 37% of all stunted children in the world were in sub-Saharan Africa. This summarizes how sub-Saharan Africa compares with regard to stunting, wasting, and overweight in some dimensions. I will focus only on stunting because that's the respect in which sub-Saharan Africa is somewhat of an exception, and that's most important in terms of long-run nutritional development. So looking first at boys and girls, this gives how sub-Saharan Africa for boys compares with world average. And as you can see, there's a substantially higher stunting for boys and higher for boys than girls in sub-Saharan Africa. Here is the comparison in sub-Saharan Africa between the first quintile, the poorest part of the population, and the highest part of the population. And you can see a fairly substantial difference between the two, to which I will come back in a moment. Here is the urban rural, and here you can see the rural stunting is substantially higher than urban study in sub-Saharan Africa. Another dimension of nutrition is micronutrient deficiency, and this summarizes some information for vitamin A supplement coverage and for households consuming salt with iodine in the project country in sub-Saharan Africa. The prevalence has bounced around a bit. In some cases, Madagascar, Tanzania, there's been substantial improvements. In other cases, Uganda, improvement, decline. So the experience, Nigeria again, improvement, decline. The experience varies across countries. In recent years, again, there's a lot of variation among the countries included. Ethiopia with only 48% of the children receiving vitamin A supplements, as opposed to Tanzania or Burkina Faso, where it's virtually all the children, 99%. And likewise with patterns concerning iodine salt. Turning to early childhood education, these are the gross enrollment rates from 1990 to 2018 on a world level. On a world level, they increased from 29%, more than doubled to 62%. In contrast, in sub-Saharan Africa, the levels are about half as high, increasing from 15% to 32%, increasing a little less over recent years. So while there's been significant improvement in sub-Saharan Africa, the level of primary enrollment remains about half the world level. This slide distinguishes for the project countries between various groups, between girls and boys for these countries. As you can see, it varies by country. In some cases, boys' enrollment is a little higher than girls. In most of these cases, it's reverse, but they're very close. There aren't large sex differences in terms of pre-primary school. There are large differences between urban areas and rural areas in every country. How large they differ across countries. And there are large differences between the first quintile and the fifth quintile in every country. More wealth leads to much higher enrollment rates. Likewise, if we turn to various dimensions of the household environment, this is a dimension related to nutrition. the percentage of infants who are fed exclusively with breast milk. The WHO recommends that children less than 6 months be fed exclusively with breast milk. You can see in the urban-rural distinction that it varies across countries with, in some cases, I guess most notably Kenya, somewhat Senegal, significantly higher breastfeeding prevalence in urban than in rural areas, but in most cases pretty close. Of course, this varies with the age of children. It's particularly high for younger children. It also varies with the wealth quintile, with some tendency for the highest quintile to have the highest prevalence of breastfeeding. Not in all cases. Uganda would be an exception. But in terms of breastfeeding, as in most other dimensions, there is a definite wealth gradient. And this illustrates that with the percentages in red for each country, for the bottom quintile, the percentage in green for the top quintile, and for all the included countries, with the exception of Uganda, being in a top quintile means you get exclusively breastfed much more than if you're in a lower quintile. But as noted, Uganda is different. And there's other countries that are different in that regard. In regard to another dimension of the home environment is a question about how often children interact with adults. And this summarizes for many countries in sub-Saharan Africa the percentage of children who have engaged in 3 or more activities to provide stimulation with adults, 4 or more activities in the 3 days before the survey. And you see, in most cases, most countries, it's substantially less than half the children that have this kind of stimulation and interaction, although there's exceptions. The Central African Republic is closer to 60%. But generally, the interaction is fairly low. Now, turning to section 3 to the fertility schooling interactions in sub-Saharan Africa. Remember, I suggested that there would be, in general, at least in economic models of fertility, a quality-quantity kind of interaction. So I'm going to refer to some various dimensions of such interactions. First, I want to note that there's been changes across the cohorts. These give birth cohorts, 5-year birth cohorts from before 1945 to 1965. And this is based on the demographic health surveys for the region. And for fertility, notice as you go to the right, you get more recent birth cohorts. There is a fairly substantial drop in ever-born children, about 1.3 child per mother over that time period. The drop is less in surviving children, Why? Because of that big drop in infant mortality that I referred to before. So the drop in surviving children is more like 0.4 child on average. In terms of education for both men and women, this is relative to the starting point in pre-1945 birth cohorts. There have been steady increases, which average almost 3 grades of schooling attainment per year relative to the earlier period. In terms of school enrollment of children who are from 6 to 18, again, there's been a steady increase relative to the earlier year in school enrollment. So in terms of thinking of fertility and human capital investment, these figures definitely suggest steady improvements in sub-Saharan Africa. But it's relevant to note that the relations on these figures are non-linear. So in this graph on the left, panel A, this is the children ever born relative to the baseline. And this tells what happens as you go to the right as the parents have more schooling. So as men have low levels of schooling, the fertility actually goes up a little bit, presumably because of greater household income. But after levels of schooling about completing primary, it tends to go down. Important point is for women, it tends to go down and then goes down much more sharply after 6 or 7 grades of schooling. So the relationship between the fertility decline and parental schooling is first nonlinear, stronger once you get to middle school or secondary school than it is for primary school, and second, much stronger for women and men, with similar patterns for surviving children on the right. Here are some regressions from Vogel that I'm going to quickly summarize in the next 3 tables and just point to a few critical points. These are different regressions. The most important ones include the one in column 3 and column 8, and I'll focus more on those. The sample and the procedures change somewhat across the regressions, but those are details that anyone is interested can read my summary paper or read Vogel's paper. But the point here is that for every added grade of women's education, say in column 3, there's a decline in children ever born of about 1/4 of a child on average. And that kind of decline holds in all these different regressions, a little less over here, but a significant decline does occur in fertility with women's education when you control for many other features of what's going on in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, in terms of enrollment of the children of these women, the story is much different. In column 3, as I say, one of the most important of these columns, there's no significant effect no significant impact on women's schooling. In another approach, there appears to be a small significant impact until you put in men's schooling, and it looks like the women's schooling is just proxying for men's schooling. So the bottom line is these estimates suggest, perhaps in contrast to the usual quantity model, no or very little significant association between women's schooling and enrollment of their children in school. And here there's similar kind of relations, enrollment between the children never born or surviving children, and again showing no persistent significant impact. So that's somewhat of a puzzle for sub-Saharan Africa, and different than in many parts of the world. The fourth section I'm talking about is the cost of inaction. What do I mean by the cost of inaction? What I mean is, suppose there's an inaction such as, rather than assuring that all children are of appropriate age are enrolled in primary schooling, only some of them, only 30% of them are enrolled. So the inaction is a failure to enroll the rest of the children, the other 70%. And why does that have a cost? That has a cost because preschool enrollment in careful studies is shown to be related to how children learn, how much schooling they have, and therefore, over their lifetime, their earnings and productivity. So what these estimates do is obtain a measure as a percentage of GDP of the present value of the whole future loss of income due to some inaction, due to one of three different inactions. So this is the cost of inaction of not implementing nutritional programs to reduce stunting. Including all the countries I could, meant the font is fairly small, but the basic point here is if you look in the first column, the cost of inaction as a percent of GDP of not reducing the stunting firstly varies a lot among countries, but even in the countries in which it is least, I guess Gabon, Eswatini would be among those, it's over 5% of GDP, and in countries where it's higher, I guess in Rwanda, 22% may be the highest, but there's several other countries where it's close to 20%. Malawi, Mozambique, Madagascar, Ethiopia, Burundi, Benin would be, Niger is even higher yet. These are huge proportions of GDP that are being lost because of the failure to reduce stunting. Here are similar estimates that the cost of not expanding home visit programs to eliminate delays in child development which again have impact in their learning, in their school attainment, and in their productivity. And these estimates in the third column again show some very high costs. Chad at the top with almost 22%, but a number of sub-Saharan countries, Burundi, Uganda, Benin, Togo, with over 10% of GDP, and others with 5% or more. So these again are huge costs. And finally, there's similar estimates for the cost of inaction and not receiving the Sustainable Development Target 4.2. That target is universal enrollment in pre-primary school. And again, these percentages are pretty high. Many of them over 2, 3, 5%. In some cases, Rwanda, Uganda, over 10%. So to put all these cost of inaction percentage into perspective, just consider what percent of GDP is spent per year on overall education in sub-Saharan Africa. The answer to that is 2 to 3%, varies by country again. That's small relative to what's being lost by not pursuing these programs. Turning to a similar calculation related to COVID and its impact, in the diagram on the right, this is up basically for the first year of COVID, up to February 2021. This is the percentage for country, percentage over time of schools, of pre-primary schools that were closed. And of course, during that initial area, the blue is completely closed to COVID, and the percentages for the region were very high, up to 80 or 90% in parts of 2020. But after that, declining. And then the red is a partially open, which also declined. And by the end of that period, many of the pre-primary schools were open. But pre-primary was shut down a lot due to COVID. And this again has costs of inaction, which depends. There are several columns there, just looking at the first column, which varies across various countries from some cases very low values, like Zambia, or even lower, Chad and Central African Republic. These are very low values because the pre-pandemic enrollment rates were very low, so closing down the pre-primary schools didn't have much loss. In other countries which had much higher pre-primary enrollments, strikingly would probably be Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, and Liberia. The closure due to COVID would translate into future earnings loss of over 6%. Again, a very significant loss. So I want to turn finally to policy implications and research needs, first of all, I want to just mention, what are the economic rationale for policies? And in my mind, they basically fall into two general categories. One is inefficiencies due to either market failures or policy failures. And by inefficiencies, I mean there's allocation of production or consumption among various entities in the economy, such that if you just reallocated, you could have gains. You could gain in welfare and potentially make everyone better off without making anyone worse off. So that's the standard economic definition of inefficiency. And of course, one would like to make policy changes which eliminate those inefficiencies. What kind of market failures might one have? Well, there's many. One possibility would be having a monopoly which would constrain production or provision of services below the socially desirable level. Another kind of example would be if there are external benefits. For example, if one person has more schooling and there are external benefits for other family members, other co-workers, that also would be a market failure that would not incorporate those gains in the private incentives for investing in schooling. Likewise, there can be, policy failures. For example, if a government tried to keep the price of basic staples cheap for urban workers by putting a cap on the price of basic staples, that would distort the incentives for producers and importers and induce them to provide less of those staples than would be socially desirable due to the policy failures. Aside from efficiencies, there's distributional concerns, in particular concerns about poor members of society. And there's possible trade-offs between efficiencies or inefficiencies and distributional outcomes. It may be to improve one, you have to make a trade-off in the other, or there may be some examples where you can so-called win-win, and you can improve efficiency and improve your distribution. For example, particularly the poorer members of society are subject to imperfections in capital and credit markets. So improving credit markets is likely to both improve efficiency and improve distribution in terms of the resources of poor members of society. Finally, there's a question of what's the political economy of support for policies. And there's a so-called median voter kind of literature, which kind of argues that you may want a policy to benefit the median voter, because if it benefits the median voter, then half or more of the population will be benefiting and therefore are likely to favor the policy. In terms of policy recommendations, I have to be brief, but first bullet point is improving data collection administrative records. Now, you might say, well, that's not a policy, but it is a policy, and it's essential for governments to have governments and societies to have good information with which to judge how successfully the policy are functioning. And to do that, it's important to have thorough data collection, thorough administrative records, to have information available in a timely fashion. If you have to wait 5 years to know what's happening in 2023, it's not going to help very much in making adjustments. And you have to use this information to make what's happening transparent, so members of society, as not only people in the government, can decide if there's problems or not and how they want to respond to those problems. So that is, in my view, very important. The second bullet point is to allocate resources to early life as well as fertility-related investments that reflect the apparently relatively high rates of return to those investments. For early life, I gave some examples in the cost of inaction. If the cost of inaction is very high, 5% of GDP or 10% or more, then the rates of return to expanding those policies are very high. Those examples included early life parenting programs, early life nutrition, pre-primary school expansion. There are examples in the literature, including from sub-Saharan Africa, of other such interventions. For example, work on Ghana, which shows enhanced training of pre-primary teachers has significant impact. So there's a number of opportunities out there suggested by experiences in other countries, in other parts of the world, or other countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And I go into more detail in the written version of the paper about some of these. An important point, though, is remember all the variation across the countries in the region, and the same holds for probable policy impacts. There's not a silver bullet which will work well everywhere. What each country needs to do is learn from other countries what seem to have been the best practices in those countries, and then explore those within their own context, perhaps by pilot programs, perhaps by gradually rolling out programs. But then we're back to bullet point one, having careful data collection and administrative records so that one can evaluate how successful those policies are. Similar comments hold for investments to enhance fertility control and women's schooling, which seems very important for fertility control, but also for other outcomes in sub-Saharan Africa. Again, there are interesting examples in the literature, and countries should learn of possibilities from what other countries have done, but assess them carefully themselves. Another challenge for the areas I've talked about, particularly for early childhood, is to coordinate among different government sectors and stakeholders because remember the nurturing and care framework with its 5 components with interactions. Some of those components are overseen by one ministry, some by other. For example, health and nutrition may be overseen by the health ministry, the pre-primary by education. There are some important inputs in early childhood may depend on a welfare or a women and children ministry. And rather than each of these ministries operating independently in order to get the highest returns, it's essential that there be coordination among them. And finally, one wants incentives for good decisions by governmental officials, by private individuals, and probably more attention to the efficiency motive, which often is not addressed consciously, directly in many policies. And there's examples in the literature, there's examples in which financial incentives seem to have been effective. There's examples in which recognition of accomplishments of governmental officials or individuals in the private sector have been good rewards that have encouraged good behavior. And turning to the research agenda, one puzzle, as I said, is the in the fertility and schooling area, particularly relationship between women's fertility and the schooling of their children, where in sub-Saharan Africa there seems to be a less strong direct relation, suggesting the importance of other confounding factors that may be affecting schooling, including, for example, the quality of schooling. Second bullet point, while in the world as a whole there's been a tremendous explosion of studies of early life investments in children, and there's been some in sub-Saharan Africa, there's potential for increasing understanding a great deal in sub-Saharan Africa. The third point is a point I made in regard to policy as well. One wants to be concerned about whether programs that work well in one context can work well in your context. What's the external validity of those programs? Therefore, it's important in introducing new programs to evaluate them within your context, which permits, of course, tweaking them and along lines that Lam Pritchett has described as exploring the design space to see how one can improve, make them work in your context. Fourth is, I've said in a way, there's this evolving literature from other countries in sub-Saharan Africa other than your own or in other parts of the world, which suggests policies that merit exploration. But it's important that they be explored, not just adopt without evaluating. There's always a question of timing on interventions, which gets tricky. Many studies which try to evaluate intervention focus very much an initial period of a few months, yet the effects may be very long run, or maybe a few years, or maybe a few decades. That poses a challenge for understanding the effects. That means that if one's looking at primary schooling and one wants to know the impact on adult productivity, one would have to, in the literal sense, follow the children over 4 or 5 decades. Of course, it's attractive to do that when possible, and in some cases, some data sets in sub-Saharan Africa, it is possible to follow over a few decades. For example, the birth to 20 plus cohort in South Africa, or the young life cohort in Ethiopia. But more generally, one has to evaluate a program by looking at its impact on some sort of intermediate outcomes. For example, the impact of pre-primary schooling on cognitive skills, on school at the time of school entry would be an intermediate outcome in order to assess programs. The next point is the cost of interventions. There's a lot of emphasis in the research literature on the impacts of interventions, but the costs are equally important. If the impacts are less than the costs, then the programs are not of much interest, obviously. If the impacts are high relative to the costs, then the programs are of substantial interest. So it's important to pay attention to the costs. In terms of research, the penultimate bullet point is in terms of research as well as in terms of policies, it's desirable to spend more attention to the efficiency question than usually is done. For example, there's often lots of assumptions that there are external benefits of schooling. If you school more one individual, other people also benefit. But the empirical basis for that assumption is fairly weak. And then finally, there are a range of alternative approaches for undertaking new research in these areas. One popular approach that's advocated widely by a number of people in the international community is to use randomized controlled trials. These have certain advantages and certain disadvantages. They are a way of evaluating some very specific intervention in a very specific context. They present challenges in terms of generalizing and in terms of the cost of undertaking them. So it's important to remember this is a tool that should be in the toolkit, but there's other tools that are valuable. For example, using quasi-experimental methods, where one tries to, in a sense, approximate the impact of experiments by looking at past policy changes or past weather fluctuations, with the advantages of possibly being able to use administrative data and therefore understand effects more quickly, or other methods such as structural models that are sometimes used in this context. So with that, I will stop my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to hearing the discussants' comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thank you very much, Professor, for the insightful presentation. And I would request our discussant to come on.
Can you flash my presentation, please? So yeah, maybe while we're waiting for it, good afternoon, everyone, again, and to honorable ministers here today, our AERC organizers, and also to fellow researchers. Good afternoon to everyone. So thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure and an honor to share some of my insights to you today based on the literature, based on the paper, and also our own research that we're doing at ODI. So I'm Sherilyn Raga, Research Fellow. Thank you for the kind introductions earlier. In over like 12 years of my career experience as a researcher, I've covered macroeconomics, financial development, trade, even now conflict states. And across this range of development issues, I think the weaving common theme along these lines are the distributional impact of these growth drivers. We are policymakers and we are exploring all these growth drivers, but I think the ultimate question is, what's the distributional impact of these policies? How is it improving the welfare of those on the ground? Why are some countries like growing faster but more inclusive than others? So I think this question is bringing us today together to discuss how this human capital investment really work for us, really work for economic growth and also development in sub-Saharan African context. So can we, can we flash the PowerPoint, please, if that's available? So, of course, I could discuss without the PowerPoint as well, but please feel free to just flash it when it's ready. So I think I want to comment first on the overall paper. It's a very excellent paper that Professor Jerry has synthesized. So as he mentioned, this is based on 2 papers. And the main question is, one, assessing the impact of parental schooling, parental human capital, particularly on women's schooling, on children's education. So that's the first question. How are the 2 related? The second question is, how do we assess the impact of policy in action if we don't intervene in the early life human capital development? And that is what Professor Berman and Dr. Vasquez has focused on. So what I like about this paper is it has a very clear presentation of what human capital formation is. What is the value of early engagement at the early stages of childhood development, and how it affects future income, how it affects growth in the process. So it's very clear in that sense. Also, what I like about this paper is it is very honest in terms of data limitations, and it tried to address that by having lots of data points to observe. They've observed it based on cross-country, country level, subnational, individual level. So we are confident that the evidence that we will tease out from this paper, we can use as we negotiate our policy making in the process. So I want to congratulate the authors for bringing about this very clear analysis, very clear presentation of the problem, and gives us some thoughts on what will be useful for policy making. So I will share with you some of the key findings that I think are very much worth discussing today, and also some of the puzzles that I think we should try to think about together as we tackle this issue of human capital development and economic growth. Next slide. Okay. So now I'm going to the key findings and some puzzles that I find striking. So women's schooling, they found, is negatively associated with fertility. It means that the higher number of years of schooling of women, then it reduces fertility. And that is the case for sub-Saharan African countries. They look at 36 countries over like 2 decades of data. And that is very much aligned with the existing evidence in other countries and also in individual African countries. Why is that? Well, just the schooling alone. We know that schooling is not learning, but the schooling alone, the presence in the school, prevents teenage pregnancy. And in some way, it also delays pregnancy if you give scholarships at the secondary level. It also sort of exposes them to contraceptive use. So it's clear that in the sub-Saharan African context, it has contributed to the reduction of fertility rates. What is puzzling, I think, it's that women's schooling is not related to increasing, or it is not significant in increasing the enrollment of children. So Professor Lant earlier already gave us an idea on what's happening in terms of women's schooling. It has collapsed, right, in terms of learning in the past decade. But later, I will even point out some of the mechanism on why this is not translating, and I'll get back to that in a second. But I want to focus on the second issue, so I'll just pick out two issues that I found in the paper that I think has very strong policy implications. So one, Professor Jerem already mentioned that the cost of inaction is very expensive in the context of Africa. It ranges from 5% to almost 25% of GDP. And it is mainly driven by, not implementing nutritional programs for stunted children, 0 to 2 years old. So this is a very early stage intervention, and it's very costly. 25%, this is a case of Niger, for example. This has very important implication on growth, and this might largely explain why sub-Saharan Africa is lagging. We know that, growth, it's driven by physical asset, human capital, and technology. And if one of your key production input is lagging behind by 25% of GDP, then it might explain, why the growth is lagging behind compared to other countries. Now, the cost is large, 25%. On the mirror side, it also reflects the benefit. If we do this now, then this is the amount that we are prospectively can gain from policy intervention. But the big caveat of this assumption is that the time element assumption of it. We know that, for example, nutritional program happens at the very early stage, maybe less than 5 years old, and we have to wait 20 years after to see how this intervention can actually translate into income, and that income can generate, human capital and welfare and on the aggregate level contribute to growth. So this is not, this is a very conditional condition on how the intervention will actually translate to growth. Maybe I could cite an example in the Guatemala case. So there's very little study that track the outcome of intervention starting from early stage and waiting, tracking the information of these beneficiaries from 2 years old to 40 years old. But there are some, and this is like, for example, the Guatemalan case. And what they found is that the nutritional programs at the early stage, it is effective in increasing earnings by almost 46% by the time that they enter the market. But there are two conditions. One is that program, nutritional program, has to exhibit an improvement in cognitive skills. So now we're talking about learning again. And then the second important, if not more important factor is that the labor conditions should be accessible by the time these beneficiaries enter the labor market. And what they found is that for Guatemalan case, it is significant only to men. So it gives us an idea how the gender differences in the occupation space is hindering the entrance of women. And if you put that in the African context, 50% of us are women. And if we can't enter the market freely, even if we have the early stage intervention, then our investment, we might not get the outcome that we are expecting to have in our early human capital investment. So those are very important, I think, important policy questions that we have to ask ourselves. And I want to offer some thoughts on unpacking this puzzle. So we saw that women's years of schooling is not necessarily translating to learning and skills needed for meaningful jobs that generate income. And income is the key word here for women's participation. So if we look at the sample that they've seen, the years of education that is obtained by women is 3 years. We can imagine that to have a decent job, income-generating job in the formal sector, you need more than basic literacy of reading, writing. You need computing skills, reading comprehension, presentation, all those extra skills beyond what you could have gained maybe in 3 years of education. So if women's education level is 3 years, on the level it's low, and by term of learning, as what Prof. Lant said, it has collapsed in terms of learning the past year, then your years of schooling is not translating into income. And income is necessary to demand, for parents to be able to afford the intervention that they need for their children, for them to send them to school, etc., and nutrition. So this is the disconnect that I am arguing, presenting to you, that if we want to make, if we want to make intergenerational human capital accumulation, we have to empower the women. Women, because in many case studies, it's partly behavioral, it's partly prioritization. Women tend to invest more in children's education than men. That's why many studies in cash transfers give it to the women, because they tend to have more balanced investment in terms of social investment for their children. Now, so that's one. Women's economic participation, critical to activate, the link between women and children's human capital. The second one is the big what if. It means that for us to harness the expected outcome from our early life intervention, we have to make sure that by the time these adults enter the market, the labor conditions are favorable. So we have to make two things, so women's empowerment and then the labor conditions. So we've seen that because of the early stage intervention happens in the beginning stages of life, we have to wait 20 years to see what's happening. It points out for the need for a life cycle approach in human capital policy approach. But I also wanted to highlight the importance of resilience. Resilience of income for both parents, the better, but especially for women, and resilience of the supporting institutions that are providing this human capital, if I may say, supply. I want to highlight the resilience because based on our recent studies at ODI, Africa and many other low-income countries are very vulnerable to shocks. We've seen we have a paper on the Sahel conflict, and we've seen how increasingly women and children are being internally displaced, and we can already imagine how this will disrupt their human capital formation. We see in the Sahel 5, maybe up to 30% of their budget is going to defense at the expense of spending for social services. And all this has disruptions in human capital formation. And we see that it is almost additive. The human capital accumulation, it happens in stages. And if you stop at one stage because of a shock, then it has important implication on your accumulation. So now I want to conclude this last slide on the policy implications. So I based this on some of the studies that we're doing at ODI and also with AERC. So first is the life cycle approach. How do you activate the role of women, which is very instrumental to make sure that early life human capital investment is gonna happen, and when they enter the market, we also be able to gain the income benefits from those interventions. So one, and already Prof. Berman has already mentioned this, the intensive interagency and donor coordination commitment in a long term that survives changes in political leadership. You can imagine early life intervention, it might fall under the purview of Department of Health, Schooling, Department of Education, Upskilling, Department of Labor, Improving Labor Market, Department of Trade and Industry. But how are they working together to make sure that for example, the Department of Trade an industry is working is compatible to the education that is being pushed at the primary up to the skills level. So whether that falls in the Ministry of Planning, whether it falls to like 20, 30 years roadmap, it has to survive political changes in the country context. The second one I wanted to emphasize is on our paper on FDI and human capital formation that we did with Dirk Willem, so he's also here today. So there's a dynamic here in the FDI and how it is a supplier of human capital in a sense that they provide on-the-job learning, training, management skills transfer, but they also create the demand for capital supply. You can imagine if, for example, a special economic zone is providing lots of employment and revenues to the government. So the younger population seeing those development might be induced to take up higher level skills, secondary, tertiary, and this, we have found this relationship in data that we observe in the sub-Saharan African context. And also, the government on their side, they might be induced to provide the institutions, the facilities so that the younger population can have the skills for them to be accommodated to the, for example, manufacturing sector in a special economic zone. So it expedites the process, and at the same time, it lowers the cost for the government. So the importance of not just interagency coordination, but also the public-private partnership in matching all these gaps and skills. So the next one, of course, I won't dwell so much, but of course we all know, like addressing the labor market constraints. Social mobility there, gendered policies, how do you make it more friendly for women, parental leave, enabling women to move to the management position, making their access to financial services, digital skills more accessible so they can begin their own business, or if it's part of the skills requirement of formal employment. So all this will be necessary for them to actually gain the income that they need for their own human capital and the human capital of children. Now on the resilience part, which is very important on what we're seeing on our research. For example, we've seen that by scanning the fiscal multiplier effects, when governments spend on sectors that are heavily represented by women, schools, healthcare, water system, it has a big growth multiplier, but also job multiplier. So it always pays to invest in targeted gendered sectors. But to stabilize the income of women, the economy also has to be stabilized. And now we're talking about what is emerging earlier in many of the comments and questions about the question of productivity, economic transformation. And we at the ODI were always pushing for economic transformation as a source of resiliency. So from low productivity to high productivity sectors, manufacturing, it tends to formalize employment, which tends also to be more stable in times of shocks. We've seen in the COVID-19, and also in the current global price hikes, our countries that are more on the extractive side has been more, volatile in terms of growth and also in terms of debt, the impact of debt, that again has implications and trade-offs on spending for social services. Which leads me to my last point. It's on earmarking spending for human capital social services. This has to be mainstream, I think, during budget planning. When there are economic surplus, when there are global commodity price hike, and we have surplus in our pockets in the government revenues, we have to argue that this is a good time to allocate this in long-term investment in human capital, because the effects of not doing so, as Prof. Jer found out, is that, it will cost us up to 25%. And since there's no difficulty, allocate the surplus to human capital. But also, it's important to bargain this in more difficult times, and probably more important for this to be bargained. I mean, many of us are in debt distress, maybe many are accessing external financing with conditionalities. This has to be on the table. That if there's debt restructuring, the social human capital aspect has to be safeguarded. And we can always use this evidence, the AERC evidence, to use in our negotiation. So let me stop there and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sherilyn. And I think as chair, I have a very difficult job just now to do because I would have to limit you people to only a few questions, only 4 questions and comments, because we don't have much time because the next session is about to start, you know. So we'll have only around 4 questions and comments, please. And please raise your hands. I recognize you, please. You can start so that.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased with the presentation. It's a very balanced one. It was not an abstract presentation. It shows the reality of Africa. And through that, one could see what is going wrong and how the policies should be, what policies need to be implemented. But before I go into some details, may I turn to the discussant who claimed that women's year of schooling may not necessarily translate to learning of the children. My answer is it depends. If the woman was in school for 7 years, if the woman was in school for 12 years, that might not make a difference. But if a woman goes until ends the first and the second degree, as most of you here are, definitely that will translate into learning for the children. And the women in this room, the honorable women, I don't think any of them has more than 5 children. Because by being in school for a long time, the fertility rates get down also. When we talk about the efficiency of policy, the efficiency of policy is determined by whether during its formulation it was evidence-based, research-based, coupled with consultative process, which is very broad. So unless it is evidence-based and is consultative, that will be a problem.
Thank you. Can we allow someone else to pose? Have you finished, sir?
No, I'm not.
Please, yeah.
Because of the time constraint.
Yeah.
At the same time, it needs to be pointed out that when we talk about fertility, which you are talking about population growth rate, it has to be associated with the growth rate of the population, of the GDP. If, for example, what we call scissors effect, if, for example, the growth rate of the economy or the GDP is 4 or 6 or 7%, and the population growth rate is 2.7 or 3%, that gap is too small. And that gap being too small, you can never reduce poverty within a short period of time. I give a good example, China. The population growth rate for 3 decades was 1.6, whereas the average rate growth rate of the GDP was 9.5%. Look at that gap. Through that, it was possible for China now to become the second largest economy. And lastly, again, apart from issues of health, apart from issues of education, in terms of reducing fertility, there is something which we forget in Africa: rural electrification. Africa, normally, we have 12 hours of darkness and 12 hours of daylight. When darkness comes, what you do, the only pleasure is to go and say, Mama, please come, children.
Yes, yeah.
But if, for example, you have rural electrification, it means people then will have other activities for doing, and with time, the fertility rate gets down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone, please, I would request you to keep your comments, you know, very brief, and your questions, direct questions, so that we can allow the discussant and professor to comment later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Prof, for the presentation. I just have a very brief observation and question to Prof, that we've noticed a steep decline in the initial period, let's say, in the maternal mortality rates in the early 90s, but as you go further into the 2000s, the curves have been flattening. And I was wondering what caused that. It would appear that the initial period was perhaps related to the HIPIC debt relief and how the monies were used, because they were targeting two sectors, education and health. However, it didn't seem to be sustainable maybe in the later years, especially in the past 10 decades. And I'm wondering what the effect of that would be on the subject that we're studying. And my other comment, which is perhaps a variable that we often tend to leave out, and as a feminist economist, I'd like to point out the effect of time use and gender, and then employment. That even when we educate the women, they will tend to look for jobs that are lower paying because they will ultimately have to go back home and attend to duties that are not remunerated. Yeah? So because of that, they'll tend to look for those jobs that are lower end and subsequently low income earning, so we don't realize their productivity to the fullest. And if that remains that way, we shouldn't perhaps expect them to send their children to school if indeed they're not going to be able to pay for their education, given that many of them ultimately end up maybe not getting married, compromising marriage, and if they have children, it is a single parent. So all of that compounds to us seeing what the discussant has said. And then finally, let's just remind ourselves that social returns to education are higher in the primary levels. So we don't need to have the lady going up to graduate education. At least that's what the literature says and research. We don't need them to go to tertiary education for them to become better mothers and subsequently send their children to school. Just responding to the gentleman over there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other question, please? I see one hand here. Then there's another one, last one there, and then we'll request the comments from Professor and the discussion.
Merci bien. I will be speaking in French, if you allow me. Merci bien aux présentateurs. Je suis Yassia Kindo, secrétaire permanent de la coordination des politiques au Burkina Faso. J'ai apprécié la présentation qui a été faite, notamment l'évaluation du coût de l'inaction en termes d'investissement dans le capital humain des enfants et des nourrissons. C'est des chiffres assez évocateurs. Mais l'inaction dans ce domaine, je pense que c'est quelque chose qui n'existe pas. Dans la plupart de nos pays, l'effort que nous engageons pour donc investir en termes d'action de nutrition, en termes de conditions de vie des enfants, de leur éducation, il y a toujours quelque chose. Peut-être que ce n'est pas suffisant. Donc pour les politiques, ce qui pourrait être encore plus intéressant, c'est qu'on puisse dire, si vous arrivez à atteindre un certain niveau de standard d'effort, voilà l'impact que ça peut créer. Là, on pourrait voir, évaluer en termes donc de coûts, est-ce que réellement ça vaut la peine? Surtout si on rapporte ça à la première session que nous avons vue, ce n'est pas le nombre d'années passées donc à l'école qui va montrer la productivité future ou bien la création de richesses futures. L'autre résultat aussi que j'ai vu, dernier commentaire, c'est quand il dit que l'accès universel au préscolaire est quelque chose qu'il faut absolument donc atteindre pour éviter une perte de près de 5,4% de GDP. Ça, c'est quand même surprenant pour nous dans notre contexte où, quand on regarde, la plupart donc, du milieu rural, on n'a pas le préscolaire, mais quand même c'est quelque chose dont on n'arrive pas à voir très vite la valeur ajoutée entre les élèves milieu urbain et milieu rural. Merci.
Ok, merci beaucoup. There's a last question from...
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, the presenter and the discussants. During the presentation, I saw a relationship between three areas, three sectors. the relationship between agriculture or nutrition, and then the relationship to health, and then the relationship to capital development. Of course, the idea or the cost of stunting on education came out very clearly. The question is, to what extent, policy-wise, are our ministers of agriculture, health, and education talking to each other? Because I don't see these three-pronged issues being resolved without the three interacting factors being discussed at that level of cabinet and policy. Probably our ministers who are seated here can tell us to what extent are they dealing with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have a last comment. Please be brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To be brief, I'm going to focus my comments on the policy implications of both the presenter and the discussant. Now, then let me start from the rear. The discussant spoke about sustaining human capital by increasing the resilience of women's income and supporting institutions. My question here is how? Now, basically, Africa is suffering from non-medical aids. The non-medical aids that Africa is suffering from is acute income deficiency syndrome. We certainly are suffering from that non-medical aids and severely. And that is the reason why the impact of education on economic growth is lowest in Africa, simply because we do not have enough income, both as a government and then as individuals, to get on with these things. So the most important thing I want to end up now by saying here is that I know of a group that has got a plan that can really and quickly, in the shortest possible time, get Africa out of this non-medical AIDS, which is acute income deficiency syndrome. I've already started engaging with a few of us, and then we are also in engagement with some African countries, but that is the only way forward. We need to get ourselves out of this non-medical acute income deficiency syndrome. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if Professor is still online, we would ask him for a few comments, please, on the questions, some answers, and then we'll go to the discussant. We'll try to wrap up as soon as possible. Thank you. Professor, we are listening to you. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So thank you particularly to the discussants for some very interesting, useful comments, and for various people in the audience who had interesting, provocative questions. Because of time, I can't try to deal with all of them, but one common theme seems to me the recognition of the importance of the overall context for obtaining desired returns to human capital. And in particular, desired returns from the point of view of utilizing the human capital and skills of women. And I think I agree, that's a very important issue, and that, looking forward, when I talked about coordination, I sort of modestly only talked about health and education and welfare ministries, but I think as the penultimate commentators suggested, given the time use of women that agriculture want to be very much in on the discussion, and I agree entirely. What so, you know, I'm in very much agreement that the question of what facilitates the better utilization of women's skills is quite important. And if that is facilitated better, then some of the puzzles, as the discussant said, might disappear. The only other comment I want to make is, again, I agree very much with the discussant that particularly, well, both the fertility and the early life human capital investments are in part big challenges, because if there are benefits, they are likely to occur down the road only 2 or 3 decades. And the kind of estimates we made suggest those benefits are huge. But of course, politically, it may be difficult to persuade society to invest now in benefits that are only going to be available in 2050 or something like that. I would argue the benefits are large enough that leaders with foresight would acknowledge those benefits, see those benefits, make those investments, and adopt intermediate targets like better test performance from the initiation of school onward, in order to monitor and to justify making the greater investments in early life and in fertility reduction. Let me thank you again for involving me in this event, and excuse me, I forgot.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, on behalf of everyone here and on behalf of AERC. And I think I would request the discussant to take over. If you finished, are you okay, Professor?
Yes, I'm
okay,
sorry.
good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor, and thank you for the questions. So I think for the first one on what is the basis of the estimation, so it's based on a paper by Professor Toggle, and it is based on 83,000 data points of married women across 36 African countries. So I very much agree with you that, of course, the women in this room are more capable of, like in terms of education, but we are a selected. There's a selection bias in this room. So I think this is a more representative of an average African women, and that's the difficulties that they are facing. And then on the second, I very much agree that even if women are educated, they might tend to take on lower paying jobs because of the caring duties. And this is also supported by evidence when we see that even if both men and women receive early life human capital investment, by the time that they enter the labor force, the significant increase in salary is only significant for men. And that might explain all the dynamics that women are facing as they try to balance labor duties and work duties as well. I hope I captured the third question correctly. I think this is also a thing that might help in the future areas of research. So Professor Berman has already gave us a aggregate estimation like of what will it cost us if we don't intervene. Maybe in the future research we can have some sort of like option 1, option 2, option 3. Level of effort, if we achieve 50% of this, what is the cost and what's the timeline? So I think researchers and policymakers interaction on developing this would be very useful moving forward. Yeah, I very much agree with agriculture and education, and maybe the ministers would be more best in place on doing this. But we at ODI, we have examined this, how ministries are operating in silos. We call them joined-up policy thinking, and this is a serious coordination problem, and I very much agree that there has to be some serious conversation.
Okay. And I think I should say here, in the context of ministers, I think AERC has got the agenda to really to deliver the scientific research and whatever research for informed decisions, not only to the minister, even to the president and the prime minister. I think AERC is already doing that work. And I think, is it okay with you? Okay, thank you. I think she's finished. And you've been a very good audience, very good. And all protocol observed, I'm sorry, Highness, the Minister, Honorable, and all the distinguished participants. Let me thank you very much for your attention and your patience today. And I think we'll go over to the next session now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Aller assez rapidement donc sur la session suivante, donc sur l'accumulation du capital humain en Afrique, hauteur, conséquences et voies à suivre. Okay. Alors donc, sans plus tarder, je vais présenter très rapidement donc le présentateur donc principal donc de cette partie. Et par la suite, donc, le discutant. Pour ce qui est donc du présentateur principal, c'est le professeur Germano Mabou, du département donc de l'économie donc de l'université de Nairobi. Il est titulaire d'un PhD donc de l'université de Boston. Il est professeur donc à l'université de Nairobi. Il a été co-directeur donc du projet Aerc sur la répartition du revenu de la pauvreté et des marchés du travail en Afrique subsaharienne. Il a également occupé le poste de directeur du projet sur les biens publics de l'Institut mondial donc de recherche sur l'économie et du développement de l'Université des Nations Unies à Helsinki. Il est professeur donc associé donc à l'Université Kenyatta. Il est aussi auteur de plusieurs publications scientifiques, auteur d'ouvrages et co-auteur donc d'ouvrages avec ses pairs. Il est associé donc dans l'évaluation donc des articles dans plusieurs revues scientifiques. Il a également encadré plus donc d'une vingtaine de thèses de doctorat dans plusieurs universités, à la fois en Afrique et en Europe et aux États-Unis. Les articles les plus récents donc portent essentiellement sur les thèmes en lien avec ce que nous avons comme communication aujourd'hui. Un des derniers articles porte donc sur les rendements élevés de l'enseignement privé à faible coût dans les pays pauvres et l'intensification des réformes de l'éducation au Kenya, une évaluation du programme de stage pour des enseignants à l'échelle donc nationale. Donc vous avez à ma droite donc le présentateur donc principal. À ma gauche, vous avez le discutant, le professeur Oulou Ojakayi. J'espère bien que je prononce assez bien votre nom. Le professeur est actuellement le président exécutif donc, du Centre africain pour le renforcement des capacités de développement partagé à Ibadan au Nigeria. C'est un centre de recherche et de formation pour la politique de développement partagé, la planification, la mise en œuvre et l'évaluation donc des impacts et résultats en Afrique. Auparavant, il a occupé les postes suivants, chef donc de recherche et conseiller à l'Institut nigérian de recherche sociale et économique, maître de conférences associé à l'Université d'Ibadan, directeur de recherche au Consortium donc pour la recherche économique en Afrique, à Nairobi. Il a été également président donc de la Nigerian Economic Society, vice-président pour l'Afrique du Conseil intergouvernemental des gestions des transformations sociales donc de l'UNESCO. Professeur et également consultant pour plusieurs organisations internationales, nationales en Afrique et en dehors de l'Afrique. Il est titulaire également donc d'un PhD en économie de l'Université donc de Boston aux États-Unis. Il est spécialiste dans l'économie du développement. Il a publié plusieurs articles scientifiques dans ce domaine. Moi-même qui vous parle, moi je suis Larva Issa Kobiagda, je suis également enseignant-chercheur, économiste, enseignant-chercheur à l'université donc Thomas Sankara, mais également aussi au ministère donc de l'économie, des finances et de la prospective du Burkina Faso. Je suis maître assistant en sciences économiques dans le système donc CAMES. Voilà un peu présenté. Je vais, comme nous avons commencé avec un léger retard, aller très rapidement donc, sur un certain nombre donc, de préoccupations qui sont soumises et nécessairement laisser la parole donc, au professeur Germano pour sa présentation, qui est celle donc, qui va nous occuper donc, pour cette session. Professeur, vous avez la parole.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, the system is working for me, but I need to know how to use the pointer and assist me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. So this presentation is about human capital accumulation in Africa and its social and economic consequences and the obstacles that the continent faces in accumulating this capital. We have already heard from Professor Berman what human capital is. So in this presentation, I will focus only on two dimensions of human capital, health, human capital, and education, human capital. But I wanted to mention that human capital production or accumulation happens at the level of the individual, not in the community. And once the human capital has been formed at the level of the individual, it cannot be redistributed from one individual to another. So that's why the issue of equity in the formation of human capital is key. And the case of income, equality is not so much an issue because there's a possibility for redistribution. But in this case, there isn't. The other point I want to make about the human capital formation is that there are no markets for it. What we have are markets for the inputs. Again, that's a unique aspect of human capital accumulation. So now I'll go to the presentation, which is based on three Aerc papers from the project directed by Professor Lant Richard. And so I will begin showing you the accumulation aspect of human capital based on 5 countries, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, and Uganda, basically from data coming from about the similar time period. Now, what you see there is a health stocks index and education stocks is in ratios. So actually, that health stocks index itself, it's not the health as such. That is health service utilization adjusted for quality of service that an individual gets after seeking care from health facilities. So that is actually an input into health capital formation. The same is also true for education stocks. Those are ratios, as we have heard from Lant Pritchett, Professor Lant. Schooling itself is not education as such. It's an input into learning. Now, what we see from that table is quality adjusted health service utilization. It's quite high in Africa, especially in Nigeria, Kenya, and Ethiopia. On average, that index measured on a range of 0 to 1, about 78%. And for primary enrollment, which is our only measure here, is generally low, as we have seen, and it's about 26%, the enrollment rate for the period 1965 to 1990, approximately. So now, what I want to show, what I'm showing you there, are returns to this human capital. So on the first row there, where we have health index, those are returns to health capital, approximated by health service utilization, that index. So for Cameroon, what you see immediately is that actually the returns are quite high across the 5 countries. And just for Cameroon, people who sought medical care after getting sick have 41% higher income, 41%, about 42% higher income than the people who fell sick but did not seek any care. So actually service provision in the country improves incomes. Now, in terms of schooling, we see that schooling also has high returns, as you see across the rows, but the returns are higher as you move from primary to tertiary enrollment. Now, there's a similar table obtained from a paper by Professor Lant, titled Where Has All the Education Gone? And it shows more or less the same picture. The first row there is a row for no schooling. That means no education. And there, you see, is the share. Now, is the share of that type of human capital in total wage rate, or in total wage bill, not rate. So as you can see, for Sub-Saharan Africa, that share is 48%, actually very high. And I've elaborated there something that Professor Lant also notes in his paper, that no schooling comprises labor effort, nutrition, and health. And in terms of education, we see that there also returns to primary schooling, but the returns are highest at the tertiary level. Now, what we do in this table there is to ask what happens if we equalize human capital in the whole population, so that everybody has the same education, same health. What happens to poverty, for example? And what we see there is actually that equalization reduces poverty in four of the countries, but poverty actually rises in Uganda. That has probably has to do with the structure of that economy. Oh, sorry, I moved it too fast. But it's not working. Yeah, let's come back. So that's fine. So there, what we see there, after equalizing human capital, health, and education in the whole population, everybody has an equal amount. Poverty falls, but in 4 countries, but it rises in Uganda. And there, we look at the consequence of equalizing capital gain on inequality, measured using the PAMA ratio. Here, what we see in the last row is that inequality actually falls in Ethiopia and Kenya, but rises in other countries, especially again in Uganda and in Nigeria. And this is after equalizing human capital, which is what I was saying that we should do. But in terms of economic consequences, we may actually not get what we want. So the question there is, what is driving these results? We discussed them a little bit in the paper. So again, we do the same thing. Again, policy scenario, we equalize human capital again, and look to see what happens to the growth of the incomes of the poorest people. And what we find is in Uganda, the poorest group, the bottom 40%, lose income a lot, by actually 54% because of the equalization. There's also a small drop in their income in Uganda, but in others, incomes rise. So now go to the drivers. We have seen from the previous presentations that what affects the level of human capital are health and education facilities, the financing mechanisms, and even infrastructure. But here, because of the remedy that I was given by the Aerc, I will focus on point 5, openness to trade, how that affects human capital through foreign direct investment. Now, in looking at how foreign direct investment affects human capital formation, I rely on the paper by Papa and David and the co-authors. Here, looking at the effect of foreign direct investment on human capital, we have also to realize that human capital also induces foreign investment in a country. So we have to take that ratio, that reverse causation aspect into account, and it's actually taken into account in that paper. So the main findings from this paper is that foreign direct investments using from a sample of 31 African countries has no effect on primary school enrollment. Actually, what I've done there is to provide a strong interpretation of their finding, but their finding is actually somewhat favorable because they say that foreign direct investment somewhat improves enrollment at primary level. But FDI has strong positive effects on secondary enrollment and also on university or tertiary schooling. The other thing that they note is that existing skill levels determine the quality and the type of foreign investment that comes into the country. And these effects are not the same for the entire period that are investigated. For example, no effects are found of foreign direct investment on human capital after 2000, probably because of the type of investments that came into the continent at that time. Now, there's also another study outside the AERC papers, which looks now at the effect of FDI on health. And also using data from about the same time period and from about the same sample size, which is 39 countries, the authors find that foreign direct investment reduces neonatal and infant mortality. That's actually a very strong result. And that has the effect of increasing the life expectancy in birth in the continent. And the reduction, the mechanism through that the reduction comes through is a growth in income induced by FDI. They also find that secondary education, which is a proxy for healthy knowledge, is also the channel through which foreign direct investment, through which education reduces infant mortality. So it's not just the schooling itself, but the information that the mothers in particular have about diseases and what causes them. And there's a similar study also in the research apart from what is reported in this particular paper. Actually, this paper, although it's done, it's not aware of the paper by Papa and David. They have very similar results, which is interesting. Papa and David find that foreign direct investments increase education, especially secondary education, and the secondary education in turn here reduces infant mortality. So actually, foreign direct investment positively compounds the effect of foreign direct investment on health. So here I come to another aspect of human capital accumulation. This is through the factors we don't usually see, but they are there and they affect the accumulation. And this comes from accumulation of human capital. This comes from the work by Leonard. So the main factors here are what he calls what Leonard calls intention action gaps, knowledge performance gaps, effort performance gaps. And these gaps, in a static sense, it's just the difference between what can be done with the knowledge available and what is being done. I was struggling with this question, what is this wage? Because there are gaps and wages. And actually, I don't want to focus on that image itself, but on the inverted V there, where the hand is. So if the effort is increasing downwards, and it's not being used, then the gap increases. Those are the wages that Leonard is talking about. And now there's the issue of how do we diagnose these gaps in intentions and in actions. If you are using, say, a neoclassical model, you will not see the gaps. Because in that case, what people decide is best for them is what they do. So there are no gaps. So actually, if you are using that framework, you wouldn't appreciate what the paper of Leonard is saying. But if you use another, or if you combine the neoclassical analysis with another type of analysis, behavioral economics in this case, then you actually see the gaps. Because people decide or intend to do things which they actually never carry out. They also accumulate knowledge which they never use. So there is a gap in terms of knowledge accumulated and what is being done with that knowledge. There's also a gap in terms of what people intend to do and what they are actually doing. That comes from neoclassical economics, as many of us know, and we have to have a way of closing those gaps. And how to close them is we have to recognize, as the paper by Kenneth notes, that people experience or suffer from what is called self-control problems. Which means, okay, people have intentions which they say they are going to carry out, but for some reasons they don't. So we need to figure out a way of helping them overcome these self-control problems. So governments, policy makers in particular, they need ways to help their workers, the students, and also even themselves to close these intention action gaps or knowledge performance gaps. And this is a new issue because in the case of many government policies, we see nice plans there which are never carried out. This is because of these gaps. And one approach to close them is what is known in the literature as nudges. Encouragement, that help, or encouragement devices that help people to carry out plans which they want to carry out in a way, but for some reason they cannot carry them out. And an example is a health insurance scheme, which people who do not have employment are not enrolled. So the people without a job are excluded from that. But if we have an insurance scheme, which everyone who doesn't have a job is enrolled automatically as a member, but then as an option to pay premiums, that has a chance of enabling some people to actually contribute something and therefore be covered, rather than a situation where that option is not available and the people who would have been covered there are not covered. But this nudge, this encouragement device, has three parts, should have three parts needed to work. The first one is the enrollment should be easy. And yes, easy because it's automatic. The second part in the nudge, in the encouragement device, is the premium payments should be voluntary. So should not be coerced. The third part is the use of medical services, condition on being in this scheme shouldn't be easy to use. And similar nudges, encouragements can be thought of in the case of education. In the case of Kenya, actually, there's a recent case of this where the government implemented a payment of taxes and government services, human capital that is available and what is actually being used to do. So, for example, we see that government has trained doctors and teachers, and those are not working. That's a gap. The teachers and the doctors, all the workers are in this have a job, but they're actually not working. They're absent. Why is this? And again, what the paper, especially by Kenneth, shows is the use of nudges. These encouragement devices can help that solve that problem. And also, instead of doing the usual thing where you say you tighten the regulations, the institutions to force the doctors, nurses, work more. That situation, those institutional incentives don't work. What actually works, or what would work, is something Leonard calls peer-based supervision, so that the people who are supervising the teachers or the doctors should be a healthy index in sub-Saharan Africa, which is actually quality and just health service utilization is very high. It's 78% of the upper bound. But the education measure for human capital is low, 26% in terms of enrollment, and about 2.7 years. This is what we saw in some other papers. And foreign direct inflows strongly improve both health and education in sub-Saharan Africa. Although schooling is not learning, we have evidence from Professor Lant that schooling and learning are actually positively correlated. Correlation, of course, is not causation, but maybe causality is hidden there. So if we improve schooling, perhaps we might actually be able also to improve our learning. Because school-based learning happens conditional on enrollment. And the last point is actually there's evidence that health service utilization improves health, but not in all countries. Then the last 2 points there which I want to mention is if we equalize health, its effect on poverty and equality, those effects are not clear-cut. And the performance in either accumulating health or in carrying out intentions, that underperformance can be improved by using nudges, these encouragement devices. And the last part, or the last few points, are that use of FDI to accumulate human capital to take into account the structure of national economies and the types of foreign direct investments that are coming in. Having known that actually foreign direct investment helps us accumulate human capital, but we have to look at the structures, economy, types of the guys coming in. And then spending on human capital accumulation should be guided by a concept of a return, let's say to schooling, like learning. In the case of health, let's say, the concept of a cure, not just spending. So actually, the idea is spending is an investment if there's a return. If there's no return, then spending is not an investment. I think that's the point there, which I took from the work of Professor Lant. And health and education systems can develop methods for closing these gaps through peer-based supervision, for example. But the NANGs, these encouragement devices are not the only mechanisms we have to improve the performance of the economy. They just supplement other mechanisms, other incentives. And also, in the paper itself, we actually say that, we actually observe that these NANGs here are for people who have supervisors. But policymakers, the top policymakers don't have supervisors. So the issue now is actually what kind of NANGs, these encouragement devices, can be created for them. Thank you very much.
Merci. Merci professeur donc pour cette présentation. Je vais demander également au professeur Oulou donc de discuter en tant que principal discutant, de discuter donc la présentation, l'article global donc du professeur.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me express my personal appreciation to the management of the Aerc for inviting me to participate in this very, very important, senior policy seminar. What I want to do is to take a look at what Professor Mwabu has very eloquently and expertly presented and see what are the main messages in the context of what I call takeaways. What do we want to retain from each of the planks, discussed, and then given this audience, what are the likely policy messages? Because Professor Mwabu blended both of them, but I want to see if we can extract and possibly in that process enrich. So mine is therefore not the usual commentary on my friend's paper, because we think alike a lot. So we don't have too much in terms of disagreement or perspectives, because we, as you have been told by our chair, we all came from the same university, and in fact, same year. So we are the same vintage. So next slide. Am I doing it? Okay, all right. That is the outline. What I want to do is quickly just maybe recap what has been defined as human capital. Professor Bama and implicitly Professor Mwabu and Professor Pritchett, they've all talked about it, but in the context of what I want to do, I don't want to simply summarize that and then see what we can learn from there in the context of policy. And then now go into the various planks of Professor Mwabu's presentation and see what are the takeaways and policy messages on the stocks, of human capital, which is health and education, on impact of human capital accumulation on welfare, on drivers of human capital accumulation, and on barriers to human capital accumulation. Now, I then conclude with a very brief remark. Now, in terms of the concept of human capital. Like I said, it has been summarized earlier. Let me also just quickly summarize it. Here, okay, oops. Charles, it has gone. Okay. Okay. All right, it's back. Human capital consists of the knowledge, skills that are acquired through training, education, culture, socialization, kind of community in which you grow, as well as health. And Professor Mwabu has told us the dimensions of health in terms of consumption of health services. That people accumulate throughout life. So the paper by Professor Pritchett, I like the title very much because it says life cycle, economy-wide, So I think that title must have come from this perspective, that human capital is not a one-off thing. You accumulate it all through life, through education, through training, through socialization, through culture, and so on. Now, human capital accumulation, what does it do? It enables individuals to realize their potential as productive members of society. So human capital is not just charity. And analysis by Professor Mwabu already demonstrates that very clearly, that it's people who worry about returns to it. Now, but you see, for that to happen, there's nothing automatic about it. You may have considerable human capital that you have accumulated, but you may not be able to use it and become a productive member of society if certain conditions don't prevail. Therefore, when human capital is properly developed, all right, the development of human capital, I think there's a sense in which we see it as a liberal thing, do whatever you like. But as a society, as government, it's not do whatever you like, it's do whatever we need you to do for the economy, for the society. So I think that point is important to keep in mind, because that's where the policy relevance comes in. Otherwise, if it's something that is laissez-faire, then we don't need to be here. Everybody go and do whatever you like, and whatever happens is what you get. But society has interest in ensuring that, one, human capital is properly developed, and it is also effectively and efficiently utilized. All right? Because that's the only way human capital can then be efficacious in enabling individuals to become productive members of society. So, in that context, human capital, when you use it effectively and efficiently, will then help in ending extreme poverty, as in the SDG. It will also help in creating a more inclusive society, points already made by Professor Mwabu. It will also increase economic growth and prosperity if it is properly distributed, and also improve the welfare of the people. So if against this background, you can see that human capital, as defined, has a lot of elements in it that society needs to worry about, and that's what the concern of policymakers are in Africa and elsewhere. So let me now go on to the takeaways. Takeaway from the analysis presented by Professor Mwabu on human capital stock, health, and education. Well, he clearly concluded that health index in Africa is relatively high, right? But enrollment in terms of education is low. Since these two are the main planks in human capital, one can therefore see that the low enrollment in education is driving down human capital, accumulation. And that's what has resulted in what the World Bank has as human capital index, which is generally low in Africa. Countries like Finland, like even Iceland, they have, up to 0.8. All right? But here, we are struggling. Only Kenya, I think, has above 50% as of 2020. Human capital index, not education and health. Human capital index, as measured by the World Bank, is an interesting measure, because what it does is it takes a look at the what's likely to be the human capital accumulation by a child born in country X under conditions A, B, C, D, by the time the child is 60, 70, before it comes out of the labor market. So in a sense, that's the way they do it. Of course, in Africa, we are not doing very, very, very well there, which is in line with the point that Professor Mwabu also found out. And also, primary education attainment. You see, Professor Mwabu mentioned enrollment. Even attainment is not where it's supposed to be, but is in the range of 40, 45% in Africa as at 2020. But when you now go to attainment in post-secondary, and post-primary, level, which is secondary level, you can see that Africa is particularly low. So the skill content, and Professor Pritchett discussed it very intensively in the morning. The skill content of human capital that has been accumulated over time by people is generally low, and therefore, when they want to become productive members of society, the capacity is not there. That's why you therefore see all those disappointing results. So those are the takeaways in terms of what message are we getting. But now, what do we now do as policymakers? First, having regard to the fact that we know that human capital index in Africa is low, we should intensify human capital development. And how do we do that? By A, sustaining and improving development and operation, as well as the quality and affordability of healthcare. So health, we must focus on the quality, affordability, and access. So the distribution across space in your countries must be taken into serious consideration. Second, we must continue to improve on primary education attainment. Enrollment is key, but attainment is even more important from the point of view of human capital accumulation. C, we must significantly raise the secondary and tertiary education attainment, because those are the key vehicles for transferring skills to people. Education at primary level is to create enlightened society, basically. But once you start going upper in the scheme, then you find that you are acquiring skills which will enable you to become a productive member of society. So we, given the fact that it is low in Africa in terms of attainment, our policymakers should emphasize and focus on doing things that will actually increase the improve the attainment, so that we can therefore see human capital being efficacious in helping to deliver on all those nice things that we expect it to deliver. Okay, sorry. Okay, now the second issue is impact of human capital accumulation on welfare. Takeaways. Findings show that human capital accumulation can contribute to poverty and inequality reduction, but like Mwabu said, it is not automatic, and it's not universal. It depends on many factors, including structure of the economy. They also found that human capital accumulation can contribute to enhanced shared prosperity when accompanied by several other policies. And that's the point that I want to emphasize here. The realization of all of these potential contributions of human capital accumulation is not automatic. We must do something else to complement. So a lot, therefore, depends on the structure and growth of the economy, ample, decent employment opportunities created, especially for the youth, enabling environment for efficient and effective utilization of the human capital that has been accumulated. So policies must be designed to complement what we are doing in terms of helping people to acquire, human capital in those areas that I've identified. So, in essence, it is not automatic, and therefore we must work hard to actually put in place complementary policies that will help, ensure that humans on what we are looking for. Sorry. Okay. Now, the next one quickly is on the drivers. Okay? On the drivers. Professor Mwebu properly identified the clusters of factors influencing human capital accumulation. I will not repeat them here, just to say that we have, health and education facilities being, improved, health and education systems, particularly staff and incentives being top-notch, human capital financing mechanism. And this is where the issue, like I was mentioning earlier, that there's nothing automatic about it. Society must take decision about how to create opportunity for financing of human capital development. But then, since we're going to do that, society must therefore have an idea of the kind of human capacity it needs before it then makes the money available. Otherwise, you can develop human capital that you really don't need because the structure of your economy is this way, the human capital you are developing is this way. We'll talk about it momentarily. Then, Professor Mabu mentioned, but very quickly, the issue of public transportation and communications infrastructure. I want to extend that to go beyond, those two elements of infrastructure. Very important, but they are not just that. We need to worry also about power, electricity, for example. In any case, communication infrastructure can be seen to be embedded in power. But then power is needed for many other things, not just for communication. So it's also for production. Also, very, very key, security. And I think in the morning when we were discussing the issue of security was highlighted. A secure society is required for human capital to be properly developed. Then the point which Professor Mabu dwelt on quite a bit is on this issue of openness to trade. Well, but the element that was focused on was FDI, and FDI is not exactly trade openness in its traditional sense, because open trade means lower tariffs, remove all barriers, let anything go in, of course, subject to you also being able to export anything. But our experience in Africa, particularly in the context of this, Washington consensus-based, openness to trade, is not encouraging. As you remember, it led to massive de-industrialization in Africa. So a lot of the advancements that we made on the continent, before the 1985 onwards, proposal of this openness to trade in the context of Washington Consensus has been quite deleterious to Africa's development. So we should be very careful. But then, the point raised by, Professor Mwabu in terms of his, focusing on the elements of FDI is very key. Once we leave this, once we separate it from this openness to trade, let's see it as FDI itself. But in addition to all the excellent points he made about what FDI can do, before FDI do all those things in our country, we must also pursue the following policies. First, we must ensure that we have policies on local content, programs of the foreign investors. Because if you allow them, they can be operating like an enclave, even in greenfield, investment. So you have to avoid enclave type, behavior of investors. You also need to ensure that in order to attract them, you have, policies that will enable them to repatriate, profit reasonably. All right? Because if they have difficulty, or if they foresee difficulty in repatriating whatever their profit may be, they will not come. Also, we must have appropriate legal and institutional framework that protects all stakeholders, not just them, but also the people. And importantly, in the context of labor, you must have appropriate, labor laws, because the challenge we've had in many countries is the, if you like, very disconcerting, labor policies that they put in place. So we should complement all that Professor Mwabu said with these other policies, in the context of encouraging FDI, so that they can then deliver on the good things they do for health, good things they do for education, good things they do for income and all those other things. All right, so let me go quickly to the takeaways on barriers. Very interesting. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed reading the paper very much. The key points that Professor Mwabu identified is these wedges and gaps. They are very well discussed, and therefore there's no need for us to delete very much on that. It defined gaps, it defined wedges. But then the policy messages there is that policymakers should seriously consider these, essentially micro and workplace policies that Professor Mwabu, eloquently presented to us. That's one. But then we should also implement system-wide, economy-wide policies for ensuring that human capital development are targeted at the needs of the existing, emerging, and intended, or desired, economy and society. E.g., specifically ensuring that, the human capital development programs are demand-driven. You must have an idea of the kind of economy that you have and see the kind of, manpower or human capital it requires, the kind of economy that is emerging, particularly in the context of, this high-tech, and technology-driven, and then, other possibilities. So we shouldn't just leave it to chance, because leaving it to chance would have serious implications of spending so much money, both private and public resources, to develop human capital, but that the economy does not need. So it's not just a question of people not having the skills, but sometimes they have the skills that the economy does not need. And therefore we must ensure that that mismatch is avoided at the level of policy. So that is the message that I have there. So, on the concluding remarks, therefore, my view is that this paper is very well done. I want to encourage us to try and read it, the paper itself, as soon as it's available. But even the PowerPoints, as we have, is very rich because it's based on very rigorous and high quality research. And therefore, it gives confidence to policymakers that, yes, the messages from here, they are quite, reliable. And it can help evidence-based policy, making. As a result, the policies and insights that we have received this afternoon, they are quite well grounded. The additional insights that I have tried to propose and policy messages that I have tried to identify, I hope will help increase the menu of options for your distinguished selves and also maybe energize debate here and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Merci au professeur donc, pour cette lecture donc, croisée de l'article du professeur Germano. Alors, au regard donc, du temps imparti, tenant compte donc, de l'heure donc, de début, nous avons en gros 15 minutes pour discuter et on va donc ouvrir la liste donc, des intervenants en commençant par l'extrême gauche là-bas. Je vais prendre par rangée une personne, mais je vais vous solliciter en même temps d'être suffisamment synthétique dans vos interventions et aller éventuellement directement aux questions pour nous permettre donc de faire intervenir le maximum possible de personnes. Oui, de l'autre côté là-bas.
Merci. Je remercie tout le monde pour aller rapidement. On m'appelle Denis Aklassato, je viens du Bénin. Alors, j'ai peur que l'Afrique n'arrive pas à améliorer significativement la qualité de son capital humain en comptant sur l'étranger. Je pense que l'investissement direct ne peut pas remplacer le financement à l'interne. Et donc c'est un grand danger que l'Afrique court en ayant recours à l'investissement direct étranger pour financer son capital humain. C'est suffisamment inquiétant, d'autant plus que actuellement nous savons qu'il y a des programmes étrangers qui aident pour la qualité de nutrition. Parce que de 0 à 5 ans, nous savons que le cerveau se développe majoritairement de 0 à 5 ans. Et donc, si on n'apporte pas les nutriments nécessaires à l'enfant, on est sûr que plus tard, l'enfant ne sera pas capable vraiment de bien se développer et d'améliorer sa productivité. Alors, ma question est ceci. Elle va en direction de nous tous qui sommes ici. Quel modèle économique pouvons-nous utiliser vraiment pour mobiliser des ressources internes et financer, former, financer et améliorer de façon continue en qualité le capital humain en Afrique. Ça me semble assez préoccupant. Voilà ma préoccupation. Pour être succinct, je vous remercie.
Merci. Oui, professeur.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je suis le professeur Outabuna Ouattara, directeur de cabinet du ministre délégué auprès de Madame la ministre d'État chargée des Affaires étrangères. Je suis par ailleurs ambassadeur. Je voudrais, à l'instar de tous ceux qui m'ont précédé, remercier le professeur Zoumaou et tous ses collègues pour nous avoir invités à ce séminaire de haut niveau. C'est plutôt une contribution que je voudrais faire. Quelle est la part des organisations économiques régionales dans le développement du capital humain? C'est une question qu'on ne se pose pas souvent, mais qui me semble être importante. Je vais d'ailleurs vous dire pourquoi. Au niveau de la CUE, c'est-à-dire la communauté économique régionale de la CEDEAO, nous avons récemment validé un programme que nous appelons CEDEAO 2030, qui a pour principal objectif le développement du capital humain. Et ce programme a un nom, ça s'appelle la stratégie régionale intégrée du développement du capital humain. Je pense que c'est un exemple important qui pourrait servir, j'allais dire, de levier peut-être à l'Union africaine et à toutes nos structures de recherche, afin que nous puissions, j'allais dire, mettre ensemble nos actions de façon à adresser la question du développement du capital humain, non seulement au niveau national, mais au niveau régional. Je pense que nos communautés économiques régionales ont une part à jouer et j'aimerais bien savoir ce que les commentateurs et ce que, j'allais dire, les deux professeurs à cette table de séance en pensent. Quelle est la part des organisations économiques régionales dans les efforts que nous sommes en train de faire en termes d'amélioration et de développement du capital humain? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Oui, merci, professeur. Deuxième rangée. Dans la deuxième rangée là-bas, pas d'intervenant. Ici, oui. Côté ici.
Thank you very much. I wanted to make my comments in Swahili. Is that possible? I know it's not possible because African problem again. You see, we don't use our own language. Let's forget about that. What I wanted to say is, when he was making a presentation, I couldn't see light at the end of the channel. Thank you, Olu. After your discussion, at least I saw light at the end of the tunnel. What does that, why I say so? The presentation had wrong assumptions of the relationship between FDI and human development in Africa. All the years I have lived, the education system in countries in Africa are run by the government, or government schools, or the private sector, or the NGOs, and here I'm talking about the religious institutions. I don't know, I have not heard Coca-Cola coming to Kenya or to Tanzania, then we have Coca-Cola schools, Pepsi schools, or Toyota schools. And you are wrong assuming that when these guys come to Africa, they come to develop Africa. That's why we talk about illicit capital flows out of Africa, which are higher than development aid coming to Africa and from Africa. That's why we talk of a poor continent become a creditor to the rest of the world. So you need to make a number of corrections there. Olu was talking about, he mentioned about 4 or 5 reasons why human capital development is very important. It's in a one sentence. All development efforts are aimed at improving the welfare of the people. That is the goal. At the same time, on the other hand, the people are the major vehicle, is the vehicle for achieving that goal. That's why the essence of building human capital comes in. Very simple. What else did I want to say before I hesitate? Yeah, okay. You mentioned about the factors which need to be, or the drivers. Actually, you have to have a vibrant economy. And a vibrant economy, as one of the drivers, will have things like putting in place the reciprocity infrastructure, openness, and blah, blah, blah. But those don't need to stand on their own. For the sake of time, let me stop here. Asante.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, honorable panel, for the insights. And my question is a comment. So it's a comment based on Professor Mwabu's recommendation of using digital solutions, specifically digital nudges to change behavior. So my comment is, when using digital solutions for policy interventions, were there considerations of the marginalizations and risks that come with digitalization of socioeconomic activity? For example, was there considerations of data justice, which is the social, economic, political dimensions of data and power relations that are at the heart of the data-driven digital economy? Were there considerations of the digital divide? And in Kenya, according to the World Bank's recent digital economy report, the internet penetration rate in Kenya in urban areas is only 44% and 70% in rural areas. And were there considerations of the informal economy? Because if we're talking about changing taxpayers' behavior and we're only looking at formal institutions that are recognized by tax collectors, that means we're excluding the informal economy, which according to the International Labour Organization consists of more than 70% of economic activity in many African countries. So that means it's mostly women-dominated, it's mostly small and medium enterprises. Were those considerations taken when we are considering digital solutions? So circling back to my question, when we're considering digital solutions or nudges to change behavior or make public interest decisions, are we considering the exclusions and marginalizations that come with adopting technologies in already inequitable ecosystems? Thank you.
Merci.
Je peux? Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je viens du Tchad, je m'appelle Mbaye Golmem. Je voudrais vous remercier remercier les présentateurs pour la qualité de leur présentation, et également pour l'invitation qui m'a été adressée. Ma question, en fait, ne va pas directement au présentateur, mais elle est plutôt destinée à son Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur de Maurice, ici présent. Et donc, il y a quelques années de cela, je suivais une émission radio traitant de la question du développement en Afrique. L'île Maurice était citée comme exemple de réussite sur le plan économique. La question posée au Premier ministre de l'époque, dont je ne me souviens plus du nom, était de savoir quel était le secret de la réussite de son pays. Il a répondu qu'il a investi dans le capital humain. Comme je disais, nous avons la chance d'avoir l'ambassadeur ici avec nous. Et j'ai noté dans ses propos, dans la section précédente, que Maurice connaît un déclin économique. Alors, qu'est-ce qui motive cette décroissance et quelles sont les leçons apprises qui pourraient être partagées ici avec nous? Je vous remercie.
Merci. Oui.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation and also the excellent comments as well. I think a theme running through this morning and today is the importance when we think about human capital and growth. It's important to think about both human capital formation and utilization. This panel and previous panels have thought about that. Now then, when we come to the policy implications, you can say, well, let's then think about all general policies to think about human capital formation across the board, early years interventions across the board. We can also think about utilization from their perspective, so openness, investment climate, enabling environment. But I think what has been introduced by Olu, Professor Olu, is that we need to think about clusters as well. And that leads me to think about a slightly more targeted approach, maybe across the life cycle approach, or that we think about clusters in terms of formation as well as utilization. That not all FDI may be as good, but some FDI is much better in particular environments, in particular contexts, in particular institutional environments, and that certain human capital formations are better than others. And so should we be then thinking, and is a key implication of both your presentations, that we should be thinking about a set of clusters of policies that bring formation and utilization together, and that we need to start thinking about forming those or formulating those, and perhaps think also about how the evidence proves or disproves those particular targeted approaches.
Thank you.
Merci de passer la parole. Je commencerai par remercier les deux présentateurs, les deux professeurs. Comme il ne reste pas assez de temps, je voulais évoquer le principe. Je suis d'accord effectivement sur le fait que le capital humain se forme à travers son accumulation. Mais on a un fait qui est constaté, et je crois que le dernier intervenant est venu là-dessus, c'est que même lorsqu'on a réussi à avoir un capital humain assez bien formé, on a le phénomène de fuite de cerveau. Et avec ce phénomène de fuite de cerveau, les pays qui ont investi sur le capital humain s'en trouvent délestés. Donc il n'y a pas de retour sur investissement. C'est-à-dire que lorsque quelqu'un est bien formé, du fait que notre économie ne présente pas les opportunités d'emploi afin d'obtenir un emploi décent, nos compatriotes s'expatrient vers des pays plus ou moins développés pour pouvoir... et là, l'État n'a pas de retour sur investissement. Donc il faut aussi... Et là, je voulais poser ma question pour savoir que faire pour les États africains pour s'assurer que lorsqu'ils font un investissement, comme on dit, il est long, à avoir plus de 20 ans sur le capital humain, que plus tard, qu'ils puissent avoir les retombées de cela pour pouvoir développer davantage son pays ou son continent. Parce qu'on est en Afrique. Merci.
Ok.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, moi, je vais aller directement sur un cas pratique. On sait bien que l'accumulation de capital humain, comme présenté, c'est fait par l'éducation et la santé. Ma question est relative à la situation difficile que traversent les États sahéliens actuellement, entraînant progressivement la fermeture des écoles, la fermeture des centres de santé. Et partant de ce constat, c'est de la question que j'adresse au professeur, c'est de regarder un peu comment dans ce contexte assez difficile, on peut continuer à améliorer le processus d'accumulation de capital humain dans ces États, tenant compte aussi de la nécessité aussi de pouvoir orienter certaines ressources vers les stratégies de reconquête des territoires de ces pays-là. Merci.
Thank you so much for the presentation and this opportunity. Mine is just a clarification that I needed. From the presentation, I noticed that the Human Capital Index, you said that it's composed of the Health Index and the Enrollment Index, of which the Health Index is high and the Enrollment Index is low. But from I think the a priori expectations, we can see that from Africa with our health facilities, I don't think the health index should be that high. And also for the enrollment index, given that from the morning discussions, we're saying the politicians are focusing on enrolling children despite the quality. So from this discussion, is the enrollment index low and the health index high? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have some few questions for those participating online. We have Abdillah Nedif Muse is asking, human capital in Africa and its contribution to the continent's economic development is subject to effectiveness of state building, disaggregation of human capital accumulation, and index is appreciated. Why is HCA, human capital accumulation, low in Africa? The second question is related to issue of state. and they're saying that, do you believe policies are independent of the institutional settings in Africa? And since highly unlimited power, practicing by leaders and government, maybe that leaderships may not there might not be some effectiveness in implementing some of the policies around human capital development. Then there's someone called Samuel Oyeke saying there's a disconnect between human capital accumulation and utilization of human capital. What would be practical steps to bridge this disconnect? Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci. J'avais juste un commentaire. Le professeur Olu a insisté sur quelque chose. Il a dit le capital humain, c'est vrai, mais il faut un certain nombre de conditions et d'environnements pour permettre à ce que ce capital humain-là puisse donc produire la productivité et donc permettre une performance des économies. Il a attiré l'attention, je trouve que c'est quelque chose qui mérite davantage d'intérêt. Et je prends l'exemple donc du secteur agricole où moi je suis. Beaucoup donc de formation, de renforcement des capacités. Et la productivité du secteur est toujours très basse. Mais en regardant de façon très simple, la façon dont c'est utilisé, on ne peut pas être surpris donc du résultat. Vous voyez, parce que au niveau de la base, ceux qui sont avec les producteurs, c'est toujours donc ceux qui ont une faible connaissance, et en haut de la pyramide, c'est les ingénieurs et autres qui refusent donc de descendre sur le terrain. Donc tant qu'on ne shift pas donc de cette forme d'organisation, on ne va pas toujours donc tirer meilleur profit donc de notre capital humain. C'était juste ce commentaire, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, assez rapidement, je pense qu'il y a eu des questions qui ont été donc posées, beaucoup plus donc de commentaires des uns et des autres. Je vais laisser la parole donc au professeur Mouabou, principalement donc pour répondre, et ensuite donc au professeur Olu pour répondre aux différentes préoccupations. Merci.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much for excellent comments to us, myself and Professor Olu. Actually, I will attempt to answer two questions, three. Professor Olu will tackle the rest. If we cannot tackle, then we just raise up our hands. Actually, the first one is on FDI and human capital formation. That FDI, or foreign investors, are not here in Africa to manage and they run schools and hospitals. So I also agree with that. But the paper that I read on was making a different point. The point is that under certain conditions, when the foreign investors come to Africa, they provide resources, for example, through tax payments, which the government can use to improve enrollment, and also encourage accumulation of other skills, which are aligned with the production processes of foreign firms. So that's one point. And actually, this the paper, which is very well done, also finds that some foreign direct investments discourage tertiary education, which we need. So that point is recognized. Okay, so that's an excellent question. And the two papers that we reviewed He said that any resources coming from foreign countries, they are just to complement or supplement the national resources, not actually to replace them. Okay, so we agree with that important point. The other point is about the digital solutions. The question is, or actually the thrust of the question is that they probably don't help the marginalized. Maybe some of them actually, some of the solutions. But like the telephones, those solutions are very inclusive. The people in distant places which who have no access, won't have access to telephones, for example, digital, so on. But they don't have cyber cafes and so on. So it depends on what type of digital solution. We also accept that point when modified that way. I think the other point about the radio news about how Mauritius, an example of how Africa can develop through human capital formation. Ambassador will answer that question. Professor Wu, please address the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mwabu. And I join him in thanking everybody for these very exciting comments and questions. Well, he has responded to one on FDI and issues and the need for us to rely on domestic resource mobilization. I think the point being made by the question or the questioner is the risk of FDI going into health and education in Africa. We are beginning to see them in health now. Everywhere they are advertising all kinds of services. But once we ensure that they don't come in and bring in doctors from their places, bring in all their processes, equipment and so on their places on a turnkey project basis. Therefore, excluding our own local experts from that process, I think we have problems. So we should be very mindful of the need for them not to be operating like an enclave in our economy, otherwise we have a problem. Then the question by Ambassador about the role of Rex in human capacity development in Africa. I'm happy that ECOWAS is leading the way, but I'm sure other Rex, particularly those that are not confronting security challenges and all kinds of squabbles among countries that are members of this Rex, like EAC, settled. So I expect that if we look in their program, we may find equivalent of what is going in ECOWAS. But I also hope that in that package, cooperation and collaboration in human capital development will not be limited to health, education, and training and capacity building. I hope it will be extended to at least standardization of curriculum, of certification, so that we can have a larger market. But I also hope that they also will not be guilty of what many countries are doing at the national level, namely to focus on human capital development and leave the rest to God, namely what kind of job they get, what kind of industry they work in. I think we should have to be pari passu. As we are building human capacity, we must also be thinking of what use we want to put this human capacity, human capital to, and therefore be far ahead of the arrival of the human capital. Otherwise, we shall have what we have now in Africa, where, regrettably, and very sad indeed, Africa is exporting what it needs most, high-level manpower. See how our, doctors, engineers, people from our tertiary institution, there are not many, but the few that we have, because we are not able to create enabling environment for them to work very well in the context of wedges and gaps, and also we are not able to ensure that we even create appropriate employment opportunities for them. Many countries now have doctors, and lawyers and so on, finishing and having no jobs. Then they are for keeps, by people who actually have resources. So Africa is exporting what it needs the most, which is very unfortunate. I think we should avoid that. So I hope at regional level they will consider that issue as well. Professor Humphrey, I agree with you very much. I think your comments are well noted and yes. Jack, I thank you very much for also bringing in this issue of environmental degradation that these guys can inflict on us and go away. Particularly those in extractive industry and even those in manufacturing, because they bring in very old and environmentally unfriendly machines and equipment and processes that are not allowed in their own home country. And they then bring them to our own shores and then pretend to be doing something for us, but actually they are damaging our environment and they are not dealing with it. So our regulatory authority, particularly in the area of environmental impact assessment, should not be focused only on the extractives, even on the desirable quote and unquote sectors like greenfield and manufacturing. We should also ensure that we not only ensure that they put in a report on their environmental impact assessment, but we should also be monitoring so that we don't have problems when they eventually go away. The question of jobless people and migration, my suggestion is that once human capital development is demand driven, that is, society must have an idea of the kinds of human resources they need and encourage through incentives, through wages, through gaps and whatever it is they are closing, so that you direct people to build capacity in areas that you need. Then you find that by the time they are ready, you will not have problem of jobless growth. Actually, in Africa, we have suffered and we are still suffering. Many countries are still experiencing jobless growth syndrome. And I think that is a failure of the link between human capacity and human capital utilization. Otherwise, I think all the other issues, Professor Mwabu, have addressed. And our friends on the internet, participating virtually, I think the observations are well taken. The issue of why human capital, is low in Africa, I think Professor Mwabu properly addressed that. And then the issue of government effectiveness, I think there's no two way about it. Government must be effective and must take responsibility for guiding the development of human capital on the continent. Otherwise, we have problem. And then our agricultural sector, human resource base, where you have some kind of mismatch between the capacity at the tertiary level and the needs on the ground level on the farms, because our farmers are based on traditional indigenous knowledge, and our fellows from the universities are arrogant. They don't want to even talk to these fellows. They think what they are doing is rudimentary, is inferior. It's not. That's unfortunate. Most of the things that we do in our university is that we don't build scientific capacity in our young ones. So therefore, also listen and learn from our traditional systems and modernize it. Instead, they are very happy to bring all kinds of complicated machines into our place, and then we have problem of this mismatch. I think that's also another dimension that our policymakers should address in terms of ensuring that the human capital we are developing in the tertiary institutions, you know, they don't produce arrogant, you know, engineers, arrogant scientists, and so on, and therefore unable to link up with the people who are making progress at their own level. Thank you very much.
Professor Wu has reminded me of a question I should have answered, an important question. Is it true that health capital accumulation is higher than the education capital? Actually, the answer is yes. If you look at the 2020 Human Development Index report, the life expectancy for sub-Saharan Africa is 61.1 years. The maximum, according in the construction of this index, is 85. So the deficit is 25 years. That's now the maximum for health expectancy is 85. What you have achieved now as sub-Saharan Africa is 60 years. If you look at education, the maximum achievable or desired is between 15 and 18 years. And duration that gives someone a chance to get a master's degree. Now, the average is now already achieved is 6 years. You can see the difference between 6 and 18. Actually, we are only at 33% or closer to getting to the maximum. But in this other one, we actually closer to getting to 25, although it might be actually harder to get to 8 years life expectancy than to get, say, to 15. But as of now, health capital accumulation is actually better than the education one, according to UNDP figures. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup donc à nos deux le présentateur et le discutant principal. Et certainement à travers les interventions des uns et des autres, on peut, sans risque de se tromper, que la préoccupation liée au schéma de financement durable donc, du capital humain demeure donc une problématique auquel les États africains et bien sûr donc, les communautés devraient donc s'attaquer afin donc, de doter l'Afrique donc, des ressources humaines nécessaires pour impulser les transformations économiques souhaitées, mais en même temps faire donc une option de capture donc, de ces ressources humaines formées, pour que ces acteurs ne se retrouvent pas en dehors donc, généralement du continent, après qu'on ait investi suffisamment d'argent pour les former. Mais les faits semblent donc révéler essentiellement que l'Afrique compte donc aujourd'hui une classe moyenne d'environ 350 millions de personnes et comptera pour la première population donc active d'ici 2035. Autrement dit, il faudrait donc se préparer et préparer effectivement les Africains à pouvoir donc apporter les solutions idoines, que ce soit dans le secteur de la santé, le secteur de l'éducation, mais aussi tenir compte donc de la structure donc de nos économies dans la production donc du capital humain. C'est un peu plus ou moins donc les grands enjeux, mais à côté de ces différents éléments, les aspects liés à la gouvernance donc des différents secteurs, que ce soit le secteur de la santé, de l'éducation, et surtout donc la gouvernance administrative et politique, et qui pourrait donc garantir davantage plus de sécurité pour former efficacement donc les ressources humaines puissent être donc réalisées. C'est sur vraiment ces grands défis qui nous attendent que je voudrais donc, avec votre autorisation, demander donc d'applaudir le discutant principal et le présentateur et mettre donc fin à cette cérémonie donc de ce soir, la troisième session, et on se voit demain pour la suite donc des activités. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, presenter and discussant. We'll have our cocktail at 7 o'clock just next to the exit of this plenary hall at the foyer, so 7 o'clock. And somebody lost his bag. I think it was left at the restaurant during lunch hour. If you are the person, kindly see security.